The poorest way to face life is to face it with a sneer. There are many men who feel a kind of twisted pride in cynicism. There are many who confine themselves to criticism of the way others do what they themselves dare not even attempt. There is no more unhealthy being, no man less worthy of respect than he who either really holds or feigns to hold an attitude of sneering disbelief toward all that is great and lofty, whether in achievement or in that noble effort which, even if it fails, comes to second achievement. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Breaking news, conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been killed after being shot in the neck.
Getting more light on the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
No King's demonstrations around the country on immigration.
To invite everybody in.
The government shutdown.
It's a government shutdown. It's a government shutdown.
People on the right.
He's slamming Republicans.
Owen Schroyer is leaving InfoWars. You are a backstabber.
Israel.
The two shared a look and a hug, and what followed has become one of the most viral moments of the year.
Y'all know that looks wrong. That looks bad.
The placement of her hand.
Big claw. Big claw. Big claw.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
You don't have the cards.
So we start 8 worse.
20 surviving Israeli hostages were freed from Hamas. A treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
And we will build a city hall.
Agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today.
We gotta stop being so obsessed with Israel and so obsessed with the Jews. Israel derangement syndrome. I'm not gonna stop talking about it. I'm talking about Israel. Israel.
Why did they call us so
Nazi.
You're a Nazi promoter. Nazi promoter.
Welcome to the next wave of rebellion, awakening, and resistance. Let's rise above the noise. Welcome to POLITI-SHOCK.
Hi guys, it's me. Oh my gosh, girl. I love Bud Light. It makes me footloose and fancy free. It is so delicious.
Excuse me. Shut your f***ing hole. Somebody's got to put us back on track and say the shit that everybody else is thinking. You're listening to the Voice of the People U.S.A. radio network. We were given truth serum injections at birth. You are listening to POLITI-SHOCK. POLITI-SHOCK.
Like, what's so, shocking about it? What does he say?
You need to go back to your parade, crack a Bud Light, and put on your Target panties. It's a shame that real speak equals shock, but we will fly that flag. It may be crass and blunt to some, but the one damn thing you can count on is the truth. Welcome to POLITI-SHOCK. Now, your host, Dan Smiriglio.
Let those of the establishment names be known in every dark alley, in every rural region of our nation. Justice will prevail. So say it, Aaron Mashon, a person who is family and that I love dearly. That's why you're seeing that on the screen right now, because it's such an appropriate way to start the show. Though I am a couple minutes late, Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. It's loud, it's bold, it's annoying, and blows some people's eardrums out, but that's okay. Because as we draw near to the day, the big celebration in July, the biggest of all time, the greatest celebration that there is. Yes, July 3rd, 2026 marks 20 years of POLITI-SHOCK and Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Did you think I was going to say something different? Ladies and gentlemen, this is POLITI-SHOCK. I am Dan Spriglio, and you are listening on www.vopusaradio.com, vopusaradio.com. Again, download those apps on Apple and Android. Search VOP USA. Download those apps on Roku, Fire, Android, and Apple TV. Search VOP USA. And this show, of course, coming to you live all over the world on the social media networks that shadow ban us and throttle us and do everything in between. We're on Rumble, of course. Yay. And everywhere else. But this is the one and the only, pissing people off for 20 years. You know, I had said that I was going to do something special for 20 years of POLITI-SHOCK and VOP USA Radio. And that was my plan. It really was, you know? And I don't know how to nicely say it, but I figured, well, people maybe will care. And we could do something special. Hi, everybody. And make it into something, you know, like a week-long celebration. That's not going to happen because I quickly realized that people just don't care. And that's fine. I'm fine with people not caring that much. But will I still inevitably do something special this July? Yeah, because not so much for the you out there. Not the good ones, but for the rest of the majority, you know, unfortunate, as quiet as you may be, but you show up by the millions anyway. I will still do something special inevitably. I will do a week-long celebration at some point, and solely and totally for myself and for those who are actually cool and give a damn and actually show up because they care. So that is my promise. I'm going to find a way. Maybe I'll have guests on, whoop-de-doo. But actually, if I have guests on, they're going to be cool guests, and they're not going to suck. So that's the difference. But I am going to do something because it warrants it. Because you know what? We've been pissing people off for 20 freaking years. We've been shadow banned, censored, you know, death threatened, removed, memory hold, and everything else in between. And I'm kind of proud of the fact that I have a little bit of stamina and staying power. And I came to the realization a while ago that I do this because I enjoy doing it. Do I enjoy doing it every day? Absolutely not, because I absolutely hate talking about politics. I hate talking about the bullshit that everybody else is talking about. And I hate being, you know, like anything or anyone else. Luckily, I'm not. I am me, and I've been around longer than all your favorite douchebags that take all your money. So therefore, I don't have to justify myself, prove myself, or explain myself to anybody, which is good. So I just figure that I'm going to do something because I'm proud of it. You know, I'm proud of what we've built, what Hollis brought to life, what Hollis made into everything that it is. When I was just a voice on the radio, but not seeing my face, which were probably better days for some of you out there. I wouldn't want to look at this, but at the same time, I am proud of what we have, and I'm proud of what we do, and I'm proud of our standing. Heard by millions, donated to by 3. You know what I mean? Everybody knows who we are. Everybody knows the name. Everybody knows the show. Everybody knows the brand, the network, and the message. And people listen and they copy with money, and they try to, like, you know, steal talking points and steal this. They think that they're like doing something like, you know, freaking like, you know, monumental or something. Oh, I'm going to steal from him and use it. Like, dude, I don't give a fuck. Like, honestly, you know, imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery, I guess you could say, right?
It's okay. So I come at this with a different viewpoint because, of course, we're going into the 250-year celebration of America. It's just interesting that, the anniversary of this falls the day before that, and that's much more important than the celebration of this. But at the same time, when you know the journey, and that's what I would like to do, I'd like to actually go reminisce a little bit because I'm so tired of talking about what was and talking about the past and everything else. But in some ways, I feel like this is probably one of those times that will warrant it. So even if it's a throwback and maybe some old clips and things, and maybe open up the phone lines for night one of it, or maybe all nights of it, whatever I'm going to do, I don't know. I've thought about it for a while. I had all these plans, and then I realized that, you, the audience at large, you really don't care. So, and that's okay. And I'm not even mad about it. So I figure, but it still warrants something special. So I'm going to do it. And I'm going to find some clips and dig up some archives and play you some shows from 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. And the one thing you're going to see is what I was saying then is damn near what I'm saying now. I never change. You could evolve your thinking. You'd evolve yourself as a person. I think I'm a better person than I was then. I mean, not better like I was a bad person or anything. I think I've grown wiser in my age, in my older age, in my years. I don't even know what the hell you call it. I don't feel old. Whatever you want to call it. But, a lot of things have changed as this all began. And it's worth telling the damn story. It is. And it's worth having a celebration, even if only exactly 5 of you are going to care about it. That's okay. That is okay. Because what I said in 2006 when I was holding rallies everywhere is still how I feel to this day. And again, will this show be going behind a paywall soon? Yeah, that's probably still going to happen because why waste time on ingrates? Ooh, where does that come from? Why waste time on ingrates and actually focus on those who care enough to actively be involved, right? But realistically, we have something called the Ministry of Misfits that I really am feeling pulled and really want to do, which is something completely different. And all credit goes to my wife for reminding me of the things that I'm passionate about. I don't need reminding necessarily, but sometimes you need realigning. And then also the much spoken about ocean to ocean. It's time to make these things happen. It's time to launch these things because, damn it, I want to talk about different things. Now, am I going to talk about what's going on in the country right now? Abso-freaking-lutely. Am I going to talk about the video I played to open this show? Abso-freaking-lutely. Am I going to talk about the fact that millions and millions of people called Anons that everybody laughed at and mocked and ridiculed, and they were the ones actually putting out a lot of different things and making people think and dig and look and go beyond the narrative of either side long before it was a thing? As somebody who's been doing that for 20 years, I always appreciated them and respected them and what they were doing. And the amazing thing was they weren't asking for your money 24/7. They wanted you to just take the links and share it and look for yourself. So now a lot of these people are all kind of having a victory celebration still, and rightfully so. Because we're entering into a different era right now. We're entering into a completely different time. And I've been saying this for years. For those who do remember, and I know I have you longtime listeners out there, it was in 2017, prior to President Trump starting his first term, and I said to some skeptics when I had multiple co-hosts back then, I said to them, you may not like Trump, but I do. And I respect him. And like, well, he's not going to do anything. But, I've said then, and I will say now, I said by the end of his second term, he's going to drastically change the course of American body politic and change the course of the trajectory that we're on against the globalists. I've always said that, and I will always repeat that because I have. Hollis said, and maybe it is time. Maybe it will be time for a shirt that says Dan was right. I mean, that's like an ego thing that douchebags like Alex Jones do. But, at the flip side of that, it's like, you know what? My track record of actually not even predicting things, speaking about things that actually will come into existence inevitably, or maybe I'll borrow a line future proves past. So if you look back, and I'm going to put the work in and get as many archives as I can to prove my points, and it's hard because every show that I did, especially back then, was 4, 5, 6, 7, one time 12 hours, but I'm going to find these little proofs. You like how I'm using this terminology? Proofs. Drop a couple breadcrumbs, future proves past. But I want to put these things out there to show you that I'm not blowing smoke up anybody's ass. And I started saying a lot of these things even before Q was a thing. And not because I'm bragging, but because it was, if you are somebody that has the luxury of getting involved in this sphere, getting involved in this world that is politics, activism, everything else, and you don't come from money and you don't have the big money to go and sell yourself as some kind of superstar when you're actually doing it for the right reasons. And when you don't take the offers, you don't take the buyouts, you don't take, the devil's juice, if you will, and you actually do it for the right reasons, you are afforded the ability or the right, if nothing else, to say, hey, I've seen things, I've learned things, and I've fought many, many battles. And the reason why I would say the things I've said came from years of experience and years of being exposed to things that I have seen, that I have lived through, that I have personally endured. And it was easy to see where things were going. Did I predict that President Trump would have 4 years in between his terms? Absolutely not. I never admitted that. I never said such a thing, and I'll never say such a thing because I had no idea it was coming. Now you go back and you see like the Q post basically predicted it. I mean, hell, even the prophet gentleman, I can't think of his name right now, and it bothers me. It will come to me. The one who made the predictions about Trump becoming president and saying that there's going to be darkness befalling America and there'll be a pause for 4 years and then the trumpet of the Lord will return. Why can't I think of his name? That irks me. Clement, I think. And he actually ended up dying in 2015 prior to President Trump even announcing he was running for president. It's amazing things, amazing coincidences. But are there such things as coincidences? I know enough because of my exposure in the real world, my exposure in the military world, my exposure in the activism political arena, if you will. I know enough to know that a lot of these things that you would brush off as conspiratorial, that you would brush off as something that you don't know what you're talking about, those are the actual God's honest truths. And they're being spoken by people when they don't have ulterior motives. And it's very few and far between. They're putting these things out there because they're trying to warn you. They're trying to awaken you. They're trying to enlighten you. And they're trying to prepare you for what's to come. Prepare you for battles, prepare you for pain, prepare you for the darkness that's going to be shoved down our throats and give you a sense of hope and issue a warning in a different way. Does any of this make sense to you? Maybe not. But I assure you that everything I've ever said came from an honest place because I seen where things were going. I seen what they were going to do. Kim Clement, thank you, Aaron. I love you, sir. Yep, Jonathan Kahn as well. Yep, there were many actually. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. And I said these things because it was obvious if you were able to separate yourself and rise above the noise, rise above the division and the one-sided BS, and look at things clearly. And look at things from a rational point of view. And also you have to look at it and think, what's the craziest possible scenario? Not the internet blown up crap that you do for clicks. What's the craziest things that could possibly happen? What would they be? Because that is more likely what it's going to be. And we're being prepped and prepared for something. And I said this on Tuesday night when Josh forced me to do an hour of rage impromptu on Tuesday night. And I'm happy that he did because it was a great show. Because I was obviously off the air a little bit, right? Because, life and things get in the way. But I'm going to call out Hollis again. I'm issuing the challenge. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. I'm opening it up that I want her and I to do a show together, not ocean to ocean, though ocean to ocean could certainly talk about these things. But I want to go to the website because an interesting thing was posted from the White House with the Q, and we're going to be Q posting. And they put a post out like the style of the Q post. and somebody reported it and community noted it and said, this is not an actual Q post. And X, in his infinite wisdom, this one was probably Elon, said, you're correct. This is not an authentic Q post. To see all the Q posts, go to this link. Brilliant. Brilliant. One place to go for all tens of thousands of Q posts. Brilliant. But what I'd like to do with Hollis is I would like to do a show where we go through them and talk about them and talk about the things that we've spoken about since we met and I've spoken about all these years and how it's playing out in real time. Now, that's not to say that everything is 100% as it seems. It's not to say that everything's correct, everything's this, everything's that, but you have to wonder and you have to open your mind enough to see that something bigger is at play. Number one, most importantly, it's God. God is in control. When God is in control and residing over people who choose evil, who choose to do bad things, God is going to empower and call warriors into the fight. And it may not look pretty. It may not be fast enough. It may not meet your timetable. It may not meet your expectations. But quite frankly, the reason why I played the video first before I went to the other video that I played, because it's about those who have these concerns, these questions, these this, that. Well, it's not happening fast enough for me. It's not going the way I thought it would go. It's not doing what I wanted to do. Me, as Hollis would say a lot. It's all about me. Well, quite frankly, I've been meaning to say this for a very long time, and I haven't, so I'm going to do it now. To all of you out there, and not the good ones who say it in a way that's at least respectful, but to the majority as a whole, I want to say to you all, shut the fuck up, because you're not the man or woman in the arena. It's those who are actually in the game, fighting, sacrificing, losing, being jailed, being shot, being murdered, having their families targeted. Those are the ones who have been in the arena. And I'd like to say a little crumble of that involves myself as well, because I've been engaged in this fight for 20 years. And yes, I spent the first 6 or 7 years out there actually in the 3D world, in the face of it all, right? And then since then, it's how much can you take away from me, because I won't shut up and I won't go away. But I've had a message that I've had to deliver because it was put on my heart. It was put in my soul. And I feel the need to say these things out loud and warn people. But to everybody else, to President Trump on down, they are in the arena. They are fighting the battles. They are getting turned on every single day by people who made millions off of them. They're getting betrayed, deceived, spoken badly about, wished death upon, everything else. Yet they keep pushing forward because there is a mission. They are here to complete something. And I have also said for years, even before knowing President Trump would be the president during the time, I have said, but especially since he won his his third term, I said that the 24th to the July 4th are going to be some of the biggest days in the history of this country. And I still say what I said last year, the year before that. And honestly, even before that, not knowing where it was going to go. That July 4th, 2026, we're going to see some very big things happen. And I'm not talking bad for bad people, but we're going to see some amazing things occur. And it's going to be ushering in something. This isn't conspiracy. This isn't me reading a post with a letter on it. This is me speaking the same way I've been speaking for years, never citing any one thing other than how I feel in my heart, what I think and know in my mind, and what I've seen in my many years engaged in this. That we are going to see something earth-shattering. We're going to see revelations. We're going to see a change. And I do believe, like President Trump said last night at the National Mall, the golden age is upon us. And I believe there's more to that. And what does that look like? You can have everybody propping up and fluffing up how they envision it. People have asked me, what does it look like to you? I don't know. But I have faith and trust and believe in those chosen and strong enough to engage in this war, engage in these battles, that they have something bigger in mind. I think the IRS is going to die. President Trump has taken some bold action against that the last couple of days, hasn't he? He's taken bold action against the scum in the Senate. that we had to go out and reelect because we need to hold the majority. Your fucking majority has done nothing for you. Nothing for you. They have done nothing. Yes, I still want Republicans to win. I want Republicans to hold the majority. Oh, yeah. Because what's the choice? All right. Oh, yeah. We have the wonderful American patriots we have to vote for, the Republicans. They're oh so wonderful. We have to give them all our money and all our praise and say, gee, I'm so happy you got in. Now, please do at least one thing you say. And pretty much after 7, 8, 10, 20, 44 fucking years, they still don't do a damn thing. But we have to hail them as heroes and hope that they retain power because we need them in the majority. I don't know why. But I guess the radical, disgusting Democrat, socialist funded, Democrat DSA scum, America hating, jihadi loving, disgusting pieces of shit that are getting elected, your radical Muslims, your radical this, that are literally getting elected and putting out posts about how they want to end America, but they're getting elected in New York, they're getting elected in freaking Texas, it's good. Be proud of yourselves, people. You're electing people who say they want women in hijabs, but they're feminist, right? Put a bullet in their fucking head. How about that, all right? I didn't say any names, so who am I talking about? That's not a threat. I preach peace and love. And I preach, fighting back with words and hoping that people will come around. But when you have people saying that they want Christians dead, they want Jews dead, and they want Americans dead or interned, and they want the country to end, you know what? I view you as an enemy combatant. How are enemy combatants treated? I know how they should be treated, what the law says, the military code of justice says, how they should be treated, what our laws say. But instead, we're electing them to office. Well, are we? So when you have people like that pose a threat, I don't call for violence at all. But maybe these people, the only thing they deserve is a bullet to the head. After being tried in a court of law, of course, and found guilty on conspiratorial, treasonous, whatever you want to call it, right? Is that a radical belief? Are you appalled that I would say such a thing? Or are you more appalled by the so-called radical Muslim shit women that wrap their heads in their fucking burqas or their jihadis talking about how they're feminists and American women should wear the hijab? How they should, it's this, they're blatantly throwing things in your face now. They're literally telling you what you want to hear while also saying their true beliefs and what they want. And unfortunately, too many of you out there are so freaking dumb that you empower it by electing it or allowing it to be elected. But that's okay. So that's why we have to keep the Republican majority. And I'm sorry, and people asked me that one time on X, what are you going to be doing to support the Republicans and make sure they hold the majority? Again, I could sit here and lie to you, but I'm not going to lie to you because I've never lied to you in 20 years. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do absolutely nothing. I'm going to talk to the MAGA Alliance for Trump. I'm going to have them on the show like I always do, and they're going to tell you the real people running. They're going to tell you the real fighters out there that deserve your vote, deserve to be empowered, deserve to be lifted up, where we have some is better than none. Right? So we're going to put out there the real names, the real people that actually care and are good for this country. And lo and behold, you will rally behind this shit that does nothing for this country and is a cancer that's rotting this country. We can't elect Democrats because they're radical extremists. So we have to keep the Republicans in because, they're killing us slowly with the cancer. It's metastasized, it's spreading, and they're rotting us from the inside. But they're better than the left, at least. I don't want a harmony between the right and left. I'm not one of these woke Reich hate the Jews assholes. What I want is these people all removed and start over. Oh, President Trump was mean to Senator Cassidy in the Senate. Good. He should have bitch slapped him. How about that? These senators, these pompous jackass jerk-offs, I swear to God, they talk on the floor of the Senate. They talk on the floor of the House. They speak out their ass. You want to talk about conspiracy theorists. You want to talk about getting away with murder. Literally. You want to talk about getting away with rape and sexual assault and cover-up and paying off victims. Release the slush fund files. Fuck your Epstein. We want to talk about the real shit, but they do it within the body, on the floor, so they're protected. That's nice. maybe we need to remind them, one, when they speak of democracy, you take your democracy and you shove it straight up your ass, or your man-made vagina, or your man-made penis, or whatever it is, shove it. I don't give a shit about your democracy, because we do not live in a country that is a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. So unless you say those words, restoring the constitutional republic, you don't exist to me. Oh, but what about President Trump? What about President Trump? The only president to actually stand on the dais on a State of the Union and say, we do not live in a democracy, we live in a constitutional republic if we could keep it, quoting the Constitution? Yeah. He has my unwavering support just for that alone. Even though I supported him my whole life. I admired the man. So you hear Republicans, republic, constitutional republic, but they act like a bunch of self-serving pompous douchebags who get away with everything because, well, we have the majority and we're in power. And even if we're not in the majority, oh, we're the underdogs, so give us millions and millions and millions more. And we have to sit here and pretend to like them. You're not going to see me share a single solitary post for any sitting congressman or senator. Angela, Paulina, whatever her name is, yeah, her. The other dude, can't think of his name. See, that's how important they are. But the other cool one, like the one, I'll share I will share the post of any of our lists from the MAGA Lions. Yes, I'll do that. But I'm not going to sit here. Oh, please support Lindsey Graham. Oh, please support Susan Collins. Please fuck them all. Okay. President Trump has a duty to do these things and support his own party. Unfortunately, but he also doesn't make any, attempt to not quiet his real thoughts, to not put it out there. What you saw, the smackdown that happened in the Senate yesterday, was brilliant. Good. I want more of that. I want these people to not get away and not have protections that aren't afforded to the American citizens. Why? And not the illegals. And Ohio, God willing, Springfield especially, your dogs and cats will be able to run the streets freely. Because thankfully, the Supreme Court did something right. And we could throw their Haitian asses out and any illegal alien under temporary protected status. Good. Take them out by force, throw their ass out. If they resist, they're enemy combatants. Treat them as such. Is that extreme? Perhaps I should say, your dog offends me, it should die. Your cat offends me, it should die. Don't shake my hand because it insults my religion. Don't, what all this sick fucking radical shit that these people bow to, and these dumbass leftists and some in the middle or whatever the fuck, like, you idiots. You sit there like the perfect little MK Ultra Stockholm Syndrome puppets and you just follow along. They're so loving. They want you to die. I see gay people supporting these radical Muslims, gay people supporting Palestine. Why don't you go there? Oh my God, they threw me off a building. Now I can really fly because I'm fucking dead. And don't get me wrong. I'm actually going to say I'm a supporter of the hijab. Yes, because many of you who wear the hijab to show solidarity with your women in the Middle East, while the real ones are getting killed for taking the hijab off that's forced upon them, you elephants should cover your ugly butch dyke fucking whatever gender faces that you are. Because again, some of these females have more facial hair than me, and it's fashionable. Some of these bitches braid their armpit hair and they think they're being trendy, or color their armpit hair. This is what supports these people. So I'm in favor of the hijab for them. Cover that atrocity and take a lovely vacation. We love going to Mexico. Good. Hope a cartel finds you. That's not nice. But you should go vacation in Palestine, whatever that is. You should go vacation in Lebanon. Go to Iran. Go show your support. Wave your pride flag in Iran. Please do that. Please. I'm begging you. Go. Leave America. racist, fascist, Nazi dictator Trump, leave him behind, move to Iran, and show your support for the IRGC, please. And do everything you do here there, please. And I just hope somebody's video, they're live streaming when you're getting stoned or set on fire or thrown off buildings, because I personally will enjoy it. I will pop some popcorn and I will sit back and love watching you get what you rightfully deserve. To go back to what I was saying, I want the elected officials to be held to the same laws, the same rules, the same Constitution, the same Bill of Rights, the same criminal. I could do this all day. I want them to be held to the same account that you and I are. I can't go stand outside and say that Donald Trump, I guess you can, right? But you could go threaten a president's life. You could make up lies, libel, slander, defamation of character. If I go do that in front of cameras, I'm going to get, right. Hopefully I would get sued. I would get whatever, right? And some of these other people, all their bullshit about killing the president and stuff, where do these things come from? Oh, these are the Antifas? No. Code Pink? No. No, this is what you hear. Really, do a dig into the video archives. This is what you hear spoken by senators and congressmen and women. But they're protected because they said it on the floor. I've said this before. I said it when I came back from January 6th because I was there. What these people need to understand, what you need to understand, and I've said this before, when the people fear their government, there is tyranny. When the government fears their people, there is liberty. These fuckers are showing up, raping boys, raping girls, covering up murders, sexual assaults, wishing death on the president, committing crimes, stealing money, racketeering, drug, like we could do this all day. In the Congress, in the Senate, in real time. And you know what those buildings are? The building, excuse me. Do you know what it is? It's the people's house, not theirs. And perhaps it's time to make them fear us and reclaim what is rightfully ours in our freaking written decree in the Constitution. It belongs to we the people, not we the criminal. But that's okay. Let's all support the Republican majority. Yay! And then you get that asshole. You want the left to win, don't you? For those who have said it and for those who will say it because they're too dumb and their attention spans are all their little 30-second I jerk off into a sock TikTok fucking clips, right? What is with people watching TikTok clips when other people's audio is playing and they're like lip syncing it or fucking whatever? Like, you look like a fucking dumbass. You really do. If this is what you do, like, I'm happy to hear. Didn't that Milli Vanilli, like the surviving guy, play at one of the concerts that everybody abandoned because of the Trump rally or some shit? Like, you know what? That dude that's living, and I think his backup singers are actually the ones who sang the song originally back. People don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. In the 90s, good for him. I think it was Raphael or something. He's the one. But now the thing is like, oh, we like to dance around like everybody else does, put our hashtags up like everybody else does, and we like to mouth somebody else's shit and recite movie lines. Most brainless, fucktardian culture I have ever seen in my life. You are the perfect lobotomized puppets. You are the globalist wet dream. You're the perfect creation. You're not transhuman. You're just stupid, gone, soulless, godless, mindless. But I digress. I hate these people. I really do. I hate these people. Not all, but damn, a lot of you. Anyway, but these individuals, They need to fear us. They need to feel the pressure from us. We have been given this opportunity, this once in a lifetime opportunity to do something radically different. I believe our president is taking us there. But what will we do with it? What will we do with it? I mean, again, we have the right to take back, quotes, take back our government by any means necessary. If it fails to serve in the interests of the constitutional republic and the people within and blah, 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 right? I'm not doing a Joe Biden thing there. I'd love to read it on the air one day and just like really like dive into it a little bit. But we literally have, we are the only country in the world that has written into the law of the land that we have the right to take back our country. But instead, we empower those who enslave us, who steal our money, kill our children, rape our children, our brothers, our sisters, our wives, our everything else. We could turn a blind eye because we need to keep the majority. Yeah, I want to keep the majority. And yeah, I'm going to vote. And yeah, I couldn't give a flying fuck about any of them except two. And Paxton, who's going to win. And a couple others, maybe. That's the God's honest truth. That's what I want to hear people say. Instead of being the good little bitch boys, bitch girls, and go riding along, the GOP told me I have to support this person, so now I'm their biggest fan. You fucking Muppets, man. That's like a British saying, isn't it? I mean, like literally, like, all right, maybe I should have said puppets. But like, it hurts my mind to see such weakness. We outnumber them. I've said this before. It's like a Dan's greatest hits, I guess. I've said it before. I will say it again. We outnumber them 1,000 to 1, 10,000 to 1, 100,000 to 1, million to 1, 1 billion to 1. And we let 538 and plus. All right, we'll round up to be fair. We let less than 1,000 people, realistically about 720 people, dictate our freedoms, dictate our lives. I'm not calling for violence. I'm calling for you to be smart enough to do the right thing, support the right people. And I know Josh wouldn't agree and many others wouldn't agree, but I will say it always. We do need a constitutional convention. Why? Oh, that we can. Oh, we can. Oh, we can. Oh, we might get this. We might get this. Oh, yeah, it's going to be so much worse than what we have now, won't it? At least we'd have a fucking fighting chance. Sorry, I'm cursing. But as I sit there and I scroll through social media, not as much as I normally do, because let's face it, to ingest this shit makes me sick, and I'm better off and feel better and happier and healthier when I don't look at the crap going on, because I can usually guess what's going to happen. I can usually predict where things are going to go. And then I'll check in. It's like, oh, cool. It's exactly what I said. Great. Yeah, I've been following the Q stuff. Damn straight. I've been following the quantum stuff. Yes, I have. Because it's amazing. But it pains me to see so many so dumb. And if we had a constitutional convention, which we have the right to do, well, we're gonna take it back as long as we raise $70 billion. We're gonna take it back in the midterms. We're gonna take it back in 28. We're gonna take it back in 2030. Don't worry, we're gonna take it back in 2050. Oh, and there's no more America. Raise all that money. Where does that money go? Where does that money go? Where does that money go? The billions upon billions raised for campaigning. If you can't figure that out, I shouldn't have to tell you. If you can't figure that out, you just keep doing you. Or how about this? Don't vote. Huh? That's okay. But how much would it cost to hold a constitutional convention? How much? Well, the only way we can make changes at the ballot box. Wrong. How much would it cost us to have a constitutional convention? It's not like you fuckers are engaging, so I'll answer it for you. Nothing except time, effort, and balls. And having enough of a spirit and soul and fortitude and a sack. Actually, that applies to women too, especially you special women. But it applies to women because let's face it, out there in today's world, women, they have more balls than men. And literally, well, no, I guess literally sometimes, but figuratively. Because women are fiercer fighters and more determined and more outspoken than most men. Because most men fall into the high-pitched bitch category. But it takes courage. It takes fortitude. And it takes a little bit of bravery. Oh, but what if a radical person? You have the right to petition the hall of our house. It's our house, not the other way around. But that's okay, people. Let me stop now and play a GOP ad and how we need to go out and vote Republican because it's going to be different. It's going to be all different in 6 months. Believe me. We lied to you. We didn't do jack shit for you to last friggin' 2 years, 4 years, 7 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 60 years, 100 years. But I promise you it's going to be different this time. As long as we hit our marker of $9 billion between now and November, whatever the fuck, we're going to serve you. And people out there, you dumb fucks, you people out there, actually, I'm all in for the GOP. I shouldn't use a southern accent. That's actually insulting because it's mostly northern dumb fucks. Like, literally, I'm all in for the GOP. I got my GOP shirt. I'm sharing my GOP post. Oh, it's all about the Republicans. I mean, nobody's doing that for the fucking Democrats. Who the hell would? All right? The Democrats, their new donkey has a fucking jihad on it, okay? It probably has a castrated fucking tail, a jihad on his snout. That's the Democrat look, you know? A freaking suicide bomb dildo up its ass. I mean, that's what you're all about. But waving your little freaking, I get the elephant. I'm supporting the GOP. And then you always get those smartasses out there online. You're supporting the Democrats. Yes, fucktardian who lives online 24/7, beating off when somebody likes your ex post. Wee! I got a retweet. Wee! You sick, stupid bastards. No, I support the people. I support actually I'm still a Republican, though I hate them with a passion. But why am I a Republican? I'm a Republican because I know what the Republican Party was founded for, what it stands for, the history of it. None of you do. Well, actually, that's wrong. The true ones out there do. But no elected official does. Trump does. But that's okay. Let's go share our GOP post and look at the millions and millions and millions of dollars spent for those wonderful that everybody has to hail. Oh, look at these videos, these 30-second videos they're putting out online. The GOP is crushing it. The GOP is crushing it. But prior, the Dilly Meme team, look at all the great shit they did, right? Look, they single-handedly destroyed this one. And what they fail to tell you is that costs nothing, but a shittier 30-second ad from the GOP is about $2.2 million each time. Nothing wrong there, though. They're great. Seriously, they're great. Got to keep the majority. Wave that flag. I wave one flag. It's the American flag. It's tattooed on my skin, all right? I serve one country, serve no masters except God above and my wife, as I've said before many, many times. What I want to see and why I'm getting so passionate and emotional about this is because I've seen an overabundance of stupidity. I understand that pride and patriotism is a terrible thing, and you don't want to celebrate America, and you have the right to say that in this country because America is what America is, and because people like myself and much greater people who sacrificed and got injured and gave their lives to protect those freedoms for you, the most undeserving class that go out there and totally trash this country 24/7. But that's okay. You have the right to look like a dumbass. It's all good. But I don't need to sit back and have to swallow the crap that you're slinging either. Now I don't need to sit here and say, I'm going to run GOP commercials on my network and on my show and tell everybody how we need to vote them in and keep the majority because look at their track record. Look at all they've done since President Trump's got elected. They've done. Oh, that's right. They did. Oh, wait, they did. But what about when they did? Oh, but they're going to do. Yeah. but they deserve your vote and your money. Not those real people out there. Not those real people that actually fit the constitutional description of what elected officials should be. No. We don't want the farmer, the worker, the broke person. We don't want that. No. We want lawyers, doctors, celebrities, freaking Nepo babies. We want them. Those are the ones that they represent the real people. That's okay. Keep flying that flag, right? We got to keep the majority, though. Got to keep that majority. It's important. And I'm agreeing. Yeah, I guess it is. In theory, it's a lie. The body politics is a lie. Nothing changes until we, the people, change it. I'm not getting militant. I'm getting honest. And I'm being factually accurate. And I'm actually drawing inspiration from the Constitution that your elected officials that you love so much now, or you feel the need to support, wipe their ass with, or maybe wipe up the blood with of who they killed, or the cum of who they rape, or whatever they do. Whereas maybe we should start showing a little bit of fortitude, a little bit of balls, a little bit of nuts, and actually defend what we have, protect what we have, fight for what we have, and stop saying the same shit that everybody else is saying, because that makes you a mute entity. The louder you speak and say the same things as everybody else, you are the hamster on the wheel. You are Pavlov's dog. You are the MK Ultra class. You are Stockholm Syndrome. You are a zombie. I choose to say different things. I choose to say something that others will view as radical. What's wrong with radical patriotism? What's wrong with radically upholding, defending, preserve, and believing in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights? What's wrong with that? But that's a question for somebody else. Not my problem, I guess. But I'm going to be the one lone voice out there that's going to say something different than everybody else. Not because I have to be different. Not because I have to set myself apart. I did that shit already. I am who I am, and I'm hated for it. And I'm good with that because I'm happy inside that I never gave in and became anything that I'm not. So when you tune in here, you're going to hear a different point of view, a different perspective. It could be different every freaking week. You know why? Because it's real. It's raw. And it's coming from a place of honesty. It's coming from a place of genuine thought, genuine emotion. And that's it. So there you have it, people. With that, I'm going to play it again because I played it before. I'm going to play a video because it's suiting. It's suitable. I'm going to play a video. Then I'm going to come back with the MAGA Alliance for Trump. I totally bled into their time. I didn't even look at the time. I apologize. I suck. So a quick video, and then we come back with the MAGA Alliance for Trump right here on POLITI-SHOCK, Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network, VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com.
The poorest way to face life is to face it with a sneer. There are many men who feel a kind of twisted pride and cynicism. There are many who confine themselves to criticism of the way others do what they themselves dare not even attempt. There is no more unhealthy being, no man less worthy of respect than he who either really holds or feigns to hold an attitude of sneering disbelief toward all that is great and lofty, whether in achievement or in that noble effort which, even if it fails, comes to second achievement. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
This show is loud, crass, in your face, and talks about something no one else will speak of. It's called The Truth. Welcome to POLITI-SHOCK, the show that shakes the very foundations of the establishment. Broadcasting live since 2007, with millions tuning in every week. We're here to expose the lies of the New World Order, the military-industrial complex, Big Pharma, and every corrupt institution trying to silence your voice. This is not safe for work. 1,000% pro-liberty, pro-Trump, and pro-America first. Get ready for 3+ hours of uncensored truth bombs as we tear apart the liberal narratives and the globalist agenda, because we're here to fight back against Agenda 2030 and the depopulation plot that's creeping into our society. Dismantling the lies. This is POLITI-SHOCK. Brought to you by MyPillow.com. Use promo code VOPUSA or call 1-800-822-5206. Now, here's your host, Dan Smariglio.
And we took a little bit of a break there. And we're back at it now. Let me turn that off because it annoys even me. So, hearing it in my ears. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, please welcome to the show, the MAGA Alliance for Trump. Where'd they go? Wait a minute. Where's Joe? There's Joe. There's Jason. I thought I hit everybody. Sorry. So welcome, everybody.
Technical difficulties.
Yes, technical difficulties. I'm headbutting my own microphone. It's okay. So, how you all doing?
Excellent. Good. Well, don't know about them, but I'm doing okay.
There you go. There you go.
I'm doing great.
Yeah. So, all right. I apologize for not being around the last, what was it, week? 2 weeks? Week? I don't even know the hell it was.
That's okay. I had stuff going on last week.
That's good. See, honestly, you know what it comes down to is I have stuff that goes on, and then I have, and there's real world shit that comes into play, but also there's that part of me that just really doesn't care. Like I get so disgusted talking about like the politics and everything else. I really do. Like what I said in the beginning of my monologue here, that my never ending open was actually before I even went on my little tirade. What I was talking about is my wholehearted like excitement for doing the Ocean to Ocean show, the Ministry of Misfit, like doing these different things, because it'll be so refreshing, because you feel like you have to be true to yourself and do, what you've been doing and what you have a passion for. But am I passionate about any of this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And it's one of those things where I think sometimes I actually get more irate because I see the same stupidity just amplified, and therefore I'm going to give my real honest to God response to it. And the fact that I even have to lower myself to say the things that I say, to speak to the stupid, it's one of those things where it's actually it just believe me, it doesn't put me in a negative vibe at all. but it's almost insulting to my own intelligence that I have to even say the things I say because people are still that naive, that far behind, and that lost, you know? And it's not my job to save them. The Lord above will save you. But it's one of those deals where it's like, you know, God, you just sit there and you think all these years of doing this, and there's so much more that I'd rather do that's actually fun. Like, I look forward to doing this show about the Q post, which everybody, Q. Now I have nothing to say. But I look forward to doing that with Hollis and talking about this reading and talking about like how it plays into the current. You know, I look forward to doing that. I look forward to doing a show talking about religion, talking about God, talking about my beliefs, which I've never done before. And people have said, you're a Satanist, you're an atheist. No, I'm not. I'm a Christian. I love God. Thank you. We're, you know, born and raised Catholic, you know, baptized, everything else. But God is, you know, Jesus is king. God is my savior. You know, so it's like there's so many things I'd rather be doing. And I feel like this is almost just a requirement. I still love the show. And yes, I could take the show and I could talk about, you know, like disco on ice. I could talk about like roller derby. I could talk about like whatever the hell, you know, like make it about whatever I wanted to make it about. But it's also an important time. But I also realize all we could do is educate people or try to get to them by being as I don't know, blunt as possible to maybe strike a nerve and get them to grow a set. I don't know. I honestly, God, I don't know. So anyway, I'm done. So who's going to lead us off tonight?
I guess I will. I'm the only one on.
No, you got
technical difficulties.
Joe's there and Jason's there.
Oh, well, they're circling on mine.
Oh, so okay. So you get full screen. Charlene, ladies first. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I agree with you. Sometimes you just have to take a break, but we've got a little less than 4 months. 4 months and or actually it'd be 3 months and 1 week. I think that's right, or maybe 4 months, 1 week till November 3rd. And so time is kind of running out. And I know where you're coming from on the burnout situation. When I have to take a blow, like for instance, Lindsey Graham went back in, and so for about 24 hours, I just had to take a break. I was like, this is just, it was like a punch to the gut. I'm like, how? I know there was cheating in that one because the votes were switching, you know. But then I told everybody today, I said, Tuesday night, they didn't have to cheat. 10% of the Democrats showed up and voted these communists in. 90% of the Democrats stayed home. They either didn't care or they just knew somebody else would, you know, toe the line. But I think Tuesday night kind of woke up for everybody because nobody was expecting this. Madami, I warned everybody when he went in, and nobody wanted to listen to me, didn't act like I wanted. I told them that if they let this stand, you're going to have thousands of Madamis popping up everywhere. Well, here we are 8 months later. What's happening? You're seeing it come to fruition. And I'm thinking, people, now is a good time for you to get your head out of the sand and start paying attention, start going to vote, because I can't even fathom those three communists in Congress. Just imagine they get together with Omar and Tlaib and the rest of them. They'll have their own little gang in Congress. It's a scary thought. I'm hoping Speaker Johnson will, according to Vicky, I can't even pronounce her last name, the Congress councilwoman from New York, she said he does have the authority, since they've lied about everything, that he doesn't have to seat them. And the fact that they only got voted in by 10% of the voters, I don't know if this is even legal. And the fact that they're communist, that ought to mean something. I mean, you know, keep from seating them. But now to move on to other business, I need to mention this for the viewers. If you live in Louisiana, please, Saturday, two days from now, get to the polls and vote for John Fleming. I don't know if you've seen it, Dan, but there's attack ads right and left against Fleming.
Oh, I have.
Julia Letlow is part of the swamp. She's been endorsed by Bill Cassidy, Governor Landry, all the basically all the rhinos have endorsed her. She has a 53% liberty score. Her record speaks to herself. And the one thing that I've tried to tell everybody, if the rhinos are endorsing her, she's one of them. And the attack ads are ridiculous. If you have seen any of them, simply is not true. This guy has got a good record. I do my research. And the one thing I like about John Fleming, I don't care what they say about the man. I'm just a little gal from Arkansas. And the man actually has, when I send him something or send him a correspondence, he always gets back to me. And I think it's pretty nice of him. That shows his character, that he's taken the time out of his busy schedule to at least answer me. I don't know if Julia Letlow, honestly, I don't know if she would ever do that, even if I tried to, talk to her. But he's a very nice gentleman. He stands with us. This is the guy you want in the Senate. And another thing, if they're going to attack him the way they're trying to literally demolish the man, that should be a light bulb moment. Maybe you should look at his campaign, because I've never seen anybody get attacked this much other than Mark Lynch. And so we need all the voters to get there Saturday in Louisiana and go vote for him for U.S. Senate. And we've still got more primaries. This is far from over. The count now is we've got 13 Republicans we unseated. 10 of those are rhinos. And because of Tuesday night, Dan Coleman, which he really needed to go, okay, but not the way they did it. His own party done him in. And we're up to 11 really bad Democrats. And we've got 3 Republicans running against them. We need everybody in New York not to go vote for the Democrats, but go vote for the Republicans. And they showed, if I can say this, and I'm trying to emphasize this, they showed who they are Tuesday night. Everybody should not vote for any more Democrats in any of the 50 states. And is Joe or Jason on yet?
I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here.
They're here.
Does either one of them have anything to say? What do you think, Dan, about what I just said?
I think you're spot on, and it pretty much goes to the point of what I was rambling on about, and actually how I opened the show when I said that this whole thing sickens me and how dumb people can be. And it's not even as if, these people who literally profess their hatred for the country, their hatred for America, their hatred for Christians, for Jews, for, everything, for God, everything else, we're giving it to them. They're not, it's like, is there cheating? Is there stealing? Is there rigging the system? Absolutely. But we're letting it happen, and again, everybody's saying, well, all President Trump has to do is go after the Senate. All President Trump has to do. Well, he's actually doing it. But then it's like, oh, well, it's always making excuses. So again, in the grand scheme of things, I see people, not even me, I see people with their heart and their time invested in this, like all of you, doing the right thing, doing God's work, because you're actually trying to support real people. That's the way this country was designed, what it was intended for. Yeah, I added in profanities to try to, drum up people paying attention, because I want you to hear the core of what I'm saying. You have real people like you. You probably care more than I do, because quite frankly, I reached a point where I've been doing this for so long. It's like you people are giving it to them. They're giving it away. They're allowing it to happen. So everything you're saying is spot on. We don't need pundits. We don't need any of this crap. You're giving it away. So we have real people like you, Charlene, like you, Joe, like you, Jason, and you get the comments. Oh, I love Jason's rants. Oh, Charlene's so great and loving and wholesome. And Joe, he's an ass. Oh, no, I don't, but, like people will say that they love the
asshole, Dan.
Devoted asshole. People will say they love the MAGA Alliance for Trump, and they'll say they love what the passion. They love what you do. Excellent. But you're not here for praise. You're here because you're trying to influence change and to wake people up. Get over it. We're not looking for adulation. We're not looking for criticisms. We're looking for you to take the information and do something that makes logical sense. Do something that could actually bring about real change. So everything you said it's potent and it's true and it's real and it's raw and it's honest. So I'm with you 1,000%. And my disappointment I don't really have disappointment in my heart because I've grown numb to it because I expect people to be this dumb, but it doesn't surprise me anymore. But that's why I say, God bless the fighters, God bless the people in the arena, and that's all three of you in the arena doing it for nothing, not benefiting your life. It's not enriching you. If anything, is costing you time, it's costing you money, it's costing you effort, but still you put the work in. And I respect and love that.
And thank the audience. I mean, thank y'all for just showing up and listening to us and learning off of us, because that's what I'm trying to do. And you're right, Dan. When you don't go vote, you're just handing it to the Democrats. They don't have to cheat. It's like last night, only 10% voted. I mean, not last night, but Tuesday night, only 10% voted in these three Democrats. They literally did not have to cheat.
And they act like
they literally did not have to cheat.
They act like they won by a majority. No, you had 10% of the voters show up and 10%. You won. 10%. That's embarrassing. So you're right. They don't have to cheat. You're giving it away. You're just giving it away. You know, and quite honestly, from a deeply personal place, I will say it is offensive to those who do serve this country. It is offensive to those who have served this country. Whether you are a staunch supporter of Democrats, or you're a staunch supporter of Republicans, you're a staunch independent, whatever it may be, when you don't utilize your basic God-given rights as an American and at least be involved enough to do something that has been, been paid for with blood, it's insulting. It really is insulting, But I digress.
One more thing, Dan.
Yes.
One more thing. I've been voting for 41 years. Never missed a primary. Never missed a main election. And if I can do that for 41 years, there's no excuse why anybody can't show up this year and save your country. It's just that simple.
Amen. Spot on. Thank you, Charlene. And is there anything else you want to add, or shall I go to the leader now?
No, you can let one of them take over.
Okay, you know.
I'm sure
drill.
Jason is ready to be turned loose.
Jason, I keep waiting to the end on purpose, because when Jason goes, I know that he's got it all built up and ready to release. So now we go to my buddy here. Well, you're all my buddies, but now we go to the man, the one and the only, the leader, the MAGA Alliance for Trump. This is Joe.
Well, good evening. Thank you, Dan, for that wonderful introduction. I liked it myself.
Absolutely.
I will say that amazing thing happened Tuesday night for us. It was another incredible night. Did everybody hear me all right?
Oh, no.
I am hearing you good. I don't think Charlene is hearing anybody but me. So, Charlene, I would say probably log out and log back in. That might be the safest way to fix it.
Okay. Let him go then.
All right.
I'll do that.
Go ahead, Joe.
So moving on, we had two solid blue states, Maryland and New York. We didn't get one primary winner. We didn't get two primary winners out of these. We got a grand total of 9, which is incredible for us. So we have Andy Harris in Maryland. He won his re-election in this primary for 1st District. A new one, Bernard Flowers for 3rd Congressional District, running against Democrat Sarah Elfrith. And George McDermott for 4th District, Maryland Congressional District, running against Glenn Ivey, Democrat. And our biggie for Maryland is, thank God, our Cheryl Riley won. She is in the 8th Congressional District against Jamie Raskin. Definitely got to get her in and get Raskin the hell out of there. We have our chance. We know what to do come November 3rd. New York, this time we have 5 of them. Our Anthony Costantino, the sticker mule man, 21st District against Blake Goldenheim. He got his primary endorsed by President Trump and endorsed by us. We have a new one, Kaylee Buller, got 22nd District and we had about 4 candidates for that seat to turf out John Mannion, the Democrat. And we have a new one, Caroline Schinkel, that we just discovered today for 12th District, running against Michael Astor. And we chose Caroline Schinkel after looking her up because she is endorsed by America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani.
Amen.
So thank you, Rudy, for that one, because that helped us to find her. And for Attorney General, we have Saritha Komotireddy, born in Brooklyn, running against Letitia James. Get rid of that Letitia James. We have our candidate. We're set to go. And for governor, to get endorsed by President Trump and endorsed by us. So we are set for New York on those fronts. And I'm happy to say we only had 2 runoffs in South Carolina, and we won them both. We have our David Stumbo for Attorney General, and we have Jenny Honeycutt for 1st Congressional District in South Carolina. Great job on both of them. Now, today I had noticed, of course, many people had noticed that President Trump had lunch with the Republican senators because they have apparently been getting very irritated with him because he won't stop pushing that Save America Act. Well, of course, he's not going to stop pushing his country right now, but yet we're still not allowed to have it. And in spite of that wonderful lunch President Trump had given them and apparently complimented John Thune, of all people. My God, why would you do it? But another 2-week partying, leaving, of course, the Save America Act buried exactly where John Thune has buried it. Message for our wonderful president, because he really needs to hear this. Dear Mr. President, you came down the golden escalator in 2015. I still faithfully support you today. That has never changed, and it never will change. But I must make a plea to you on behalf of every single America First patriot in this country. Please get rid of John Thune. Get him out of that Senate majority seat now. He cannot stay there one more day. He and his cronies in the D.C. cartel keep scoffing at you and laughing at you for every call for unity you have made. They have plunged the knife in your back on every piece of legislation that you wanted them to get through. They have the power to block it, and they block it every single time. They have buried that Save America Act to make damn sure that it stays buried for all time. You've got to see what John Thune is. I will give you a list of priorities that I made out that explains what that man is. Thune's priorities are, number 1, build his personal wealth with as little effort as possible. 2, to make a democracy the focus of his operations, not what our country is. Number 3, to protect the Democrats' illegal alien voter base to help them with their chances for re-election for 2028 when the Democrats cross over in the next primaries. Number 4, to be sure that you, President Trump, fail to deliver on the Save America Act by keeping it buried. Number 5, to set the precedent of restoring the establishment Republican order of the Bush era, relegating MAGA America First as a passing fad. That is what his priorities are. So please, President Trump, on behalf of everybody in this country who believes in America first and who generally loves this country, take the necessary steps that need to be taken and demand that John Thune be removed as Senate Majority Leader. He must go. Thank you very much. Signed, A Fighter for Trump, 1968, and every one of my fellow First MAGA patriots in the United States of America. With that, Dan, I turn it back to you for analysis.
Well, amen. I love that. You cut up a little bit at the end, a little bit of robo voice there, but you were 100% spot on. And it's exactly as you and I have said since the very beginning about what they're going to do with the Save America Act. And, you know, and I'm proud of the president for pushing and being forceful and pushing back against the scum,
yeah,
which is something I like to see. And if I were him, I would hold up everything and not pass a single thing, because what the hell have they passed for him? Oh, it's the one big beautiful bill. Yes, we hear about that all over and over and over again. Why do we hear about that? Because it's all they did. It's all they did. And even that, they cut the hell out of it anyway. So it's like, again, it's time to move on from the one accomplishment. And maybe we should talk about the 400 accomplishments that we could have had, that we should have had, but the Republicans in control failed to deliver upon. So you're spot on. You're absolutely spot on. We need to do better. We need to do more. We need to be more forceful, and we need to be more demanding. And it's time to call these charlatan bastards out for what they are. They're America last and their self-interest first. That's what it comes down to. So in order to save this country and save what we care about so much, we need forcefulness. We need boldness, and we need leadership from the top, which we are getting. But again, I see one person leading the charge. I see one person putting in the work. I see one person trying to compromise, but then he gets pissed off and he reacts. Good, because he's saying what we all think. He told off Cassidy, called him a loser, he bullied him. Good. I elected a bully. I elected somebody who's going to push back hard against these scum. He showed he could play the political game, but at the end of the day, it's like me. You know what? And I shouldn't compare myself to Trump, but it's like me. You know what? You don't change who you are. And if these people deserve to be admonished and to be told off and put down and put in their place and reminded just exactly how lowly and pathetic they truly are, that's what it takes. Because that's what we the people want. That's what we the people elected, and that's what we deserve, and that's what this country deserves. Because Trump isn't doing this for popularity. He isn't doing this for money. He's doing this because he believes in this country and wants to see it go another 250 years. And you have to push back against those who are stalling that progress and that process. And right now, the ones who are stalling it and holding it up are the ones that have been stalling it and holding it up for the last 2 years. And that happens to be the same Republican majority that we have to sit here and pretend that we're oh so excited about. We're not. The people are disgusted. The people are fed up. And you know what? Yes, President Trump, give them hell. Beat them down and do whatever you have to do, because we have to take whatever little scraps we can get. I'm still waiting for the second scrap, but we have to wait for that, because it's the most we could hope for with the illustrious majority. So, in other words, I support everything you said, Joe. Now, with that, is it time?
Thank you.
Is it time? Is it time for Jason, the political assassin? Is it time? Okay, I got a head nod, so I'm going to say yes. Jason Dahl, sir, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? Jason? Uh-oh. Can he not hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Uh-oh. I think Jason cannot hear. I don't know.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I've been waiting for this blow up for like 2 weeks now, and I don't think he knows. Somebody get a message to Jason and say, I don't think he could hear me.
Tell him to reboot it.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
Thank you. So get that message in, because we don't want to miss out. That's a favorite segment of many people. So we need to have Jason be able to properly blow his I'm not going to say it, blow off steam and talk about his most favorite person in the world. Of course, that goes without saying. But again, as I stall for time here, as hopefully Jason he's able to correct it. The wonders of modern technology, might I add. They don't make it easy, do they? And you pay good money for this crap too. But it really comes down to what we've been saying for so long. What you guys have been saying. It comes down to, we just want our will represented. We want our thoughts, our passions, our cares, concerns actually heard and cared about, and it's not. I think our president does. I know he does, but I think that's where it ends. And that's a problem. And these things do exist with somebody like a Paxton, with somebody, like the good ones that you've laid out. And we need to lift them up instead of sharing the GOP ad of the day. That's millions of dollars. That would be a free meme from anywhere else. Instead of just being the good little boys and girls that just go along to get along, take that energy, take that effort, and put it into the people who are actually standing a chance to get into office, who do stand a chance to get into office, that are one of us, that will actually fight for us and be a force and a voice for change. That's what we need. That's what we deserve. That's what this country needs in order to survive. That's what I want. That's what I want. I'm done with the theater. I mean, do I enjoy the theater that's going on currently with the quantum and the Q stuff? Absolutely. I think it's brilliant. I think it's great. And God bless everyone. But that's different. That's different. The theater that goes on with the elected officials that get all their money and get everything in the world. They have everything handed to them to represent us allegedly, but they don't. And they fail us continuously. But they expect your blind adherence, your blind support, your blind adulation. And it's disgusting, quite frankly. It's disgusting because people aren't that naive. The ones who are at least awake or aware are not that naive. And they don't deserve to be insulted in real time every second of every day. They don't deserve to be spoken down to. They don't deserve to be lied to continuously, but yet it's become the expectation. That's the problem. It's become the expectation that, well, we
Dan,
know we're. Yes.
Can I say one thing before they get back on? I don't know
Yeah.
if you heard about the Supreme Court this evening.
Yes.
A couple of rulings that came down. Did you hear about those?
I know about
Okay, one, asylum. Okay.
Yes.
I learned something this evening that you might find interesting because I was watching a show. Some judge somewhere said that according to the ruling, that a person has to prove that they've been here for at least 2 years inside the United States. And if they can't prove it, they got to be automatically sent back. Now, the reason why the Democrats are having a meltdown is because all these Haitians and all these Syrians start going. I figure quite a few Muslims. Mullins needs to start this like now and start those mass deportations. Now, they've got 4 months. Can you imagine how many? If they would get started and really just like pouring into that, because there's plenty of Haitians, plenty of Syrians. I figure Somalians, they can go to. Once some of them are out of here, that's going to cut the Democratic voters. That's some of their base. It's going to look a little funny when they've got more voters or more ballots than they do voters. Just think about that for a minute. I didn't know if you had heard, but tomorrow we need to kind of pay attention because tomorrow they really think that the birthright citizenship thing's going to come down, and that's going to have a big impact. I'm sorry to all the freaking illegals that's over here, but say a woman has just come over the border and she's 8 months long and then she drops a kid. No, that is not a U.S. citizen. I'm sorry. And then the Chinese that are flying them over, having birth and then flying back, I'm sorry, but they're not U.S. citizens. I hate to break your heart. And which amendment is it? 14th? Is it the 14th that they're always discussing about? That was for the slaves. It had nothing to do with the illegals. And I'm sorry, but I call them anchor babies. I was born and raised here. My parents were, my grandparents. We probably came over on the Mayflower, so I got a right to grow up here. And so I'm getting tired of the Democrat. Honestly, I am getting so tired of the Democrats trying to vive it for all these little babies that we can't take care of anyway. And I'm tired of them getting on the dole, on the taxpayers' dole, and our dime. So I'm hoping that comes down tomorrow. This is going to make a big difference. Are they back now?
Jason, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good. Hang on one second, brother.
Yes.
And Charlene, no, I've said it since 2006 when I started doing what I'm doing. As I've always said to the illegal alien, pick up your anchor, go back across the border to whatever country you came from, because they're not American citizens. And that is a right and a privilege afforded to actual Americans. It is not a right and a privilege to any illegal or any foreign. We see things online. Go on a dental vacation to Turkey to get your teeth implants put in. That's fine. But in these other countries like China, they have birth vacations. Go to America and have your child to become an American citizen. It's been abused too long. Josh doesn't think they're going to vote for it. I'm hoping and praying that they do vote for it, because we, the legal citizens of this country, the naturally born citizens of this country, deserve it, and we should stop footing the bill for illegal alien scum that come here. You want to separate? I don't want to separate. Like Holman said, deport you all together. Take your baby, get across that border, get out of our country. You go to anywhere else in the world, go. If you don't leave, throw them in jail and take the kid, send it back to their country. I don't care. That sounds heartless. I don't care, because we have women and children and veterans and handicapped and disabled people that cannot get monies that's there for them, to help them, to provide for them. They get nothing, while the illegal alien and their bastard illegal alien anchor baby child gets everything, or temporary protected status. They get everything. They're able to temporary protected status. Somalians, Haitians, and all these other ones, they're able to get social security benefits. They're able to get food stamps. They're able to get any type of welfare you could possibly imagine. But people that are in this country on a visa, going through the citizenship process that takes years and years and years to do, they get nothing. And then when they spend their money, go through the classes, become a citizen of this country, you know what they get? Still nothing. It's insulting to the immigrants. It's insulting to Americans. It's insulting to all of us who respect and love the rule of law of this country. So it needs to end. Birthright citizenship needs to be redefined and repealed in its current standing, because it's time to end it, period. Amen. God bless. I'm going to shut up. Jason, it's your turn. We have 18 minutes before the next segment. So, Jason, go ahead, brother.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Yes,
I was going to talk about the Gateway Pundit article. I'm going to talk about that article. The Postmaster General tells Congress the USPS will not deliver mail-in ballots if they refuse to comply with the election integrity executive order. That's big news right there. We all know. I've already heard judges are going to do something about that. It'll be probably overturned. Hopefully it gets up to the Supreme Court. And then it'll rule in the Postmaster General's favor. We need that done now. We have to get it done now. Because we've got, like, California has good candidates. You got Oregon. I don't know what the governor's race there. People don't seem to like her there. And then you've got Washington, D.C. You've got other states. Okay? Now, that was big news right there. And then the Democrats are outraged because they won't be able to cheat with the mail-in voting. And then let's go over to John Fredericks. I like John Fredericks. Okay? He talked about Make It 2.0. And he talked about, and he said that Ken Paxton Make It 2. What he says about I'm going to explain this. What John Fredericks says about Make It 2.0 is he wants fighters in office. He mentioned he supported Pamela Abbott for governor of South Carolina, a fighter. And then he said that Ken Paxton is Make It 2.0. You have John Fleming, Make It 2.0. You've got so many others that'll make it 2.0. Butch Jones would make it 2.0. Democrat crossed over to vote for the Rick Jackson. I hope he wins. Okay, can't have Keith Bottoms in there. Greg Dorsey would make it 2.0. And then I've got some other things. I am going to go off on Tom Tillis. Tom Tillis is a piece of garbage. He's a piece of garbage is what he is. He said that the Save America Act is not going to be implemented for this election. Bull! BS! You're not voting with us anyway. Good riddance, traitor. You're gone. Good. I hope Michael Watley wins that race and replaces you, traitor. What a traitor you turned out to be. You're not a Trump supporter. You're a traitor is what you are, Tom Tillis. Why are you even in the Senate? As far as I'm concerned, we don't want to lose that seat. As far as I'm concerned, you should just resign, okay? We don't want to have 52 Republicans. Who cares if you're gone, Tillis? Who cares? You're a flipping piece of garbage. People voted for you to be in there and vote with us. You don't want to get rid of the filibuster. You don't want to get rid of anything, Tillis. And of course he was on CBS. That's the only news station they will have him on. CBS News. Whoop-de-doo, Special K. No, he's not, okay? Tom Tillis is a piece of garbage. I'm tired of him, okay? All he wants to do is block everything we're doing in our country. That's all he wants to do. That's all he's doing, okay? Tom Tillis is worthless in the Senate. He has been worthless for quite some time now. Just he wants to block everything we're doing. And he said that he was at the outrage on Bill Pulte firing those 50 deep staters. Who cares what Tom Tillis wants? Who cares? I don't give one dang what he cares. Who cares? They need to be fired anyway. And let's go over to my senator and Tim Sheehy. He won't support getting rid of the filibuster. That needs to be gone. The getting rid of the filibuster or the talking filibuster needs to go. There shouldn't be a filibuster in the Senate. Anyways, they need to be gone. Tim C, you're not going to get rid of it, and you need to be gone in 2030. He wasn't my first choice anyway. It was Matt Wardendale. He would have been another Mike Lee in there that would have actually supported these things. I'm tired of Tim C getting on my nerves and sky high with him. He is on my nerves. You say you respect President Trump? Then why don't you do something in the Senate and do something for Montana? You are supposed to be working for the people, okay? I voted for you and endorsed you because Matt Wardendale had dropped out because he was muzzled out of that way. Should have stayed in that way. He would have had my vote in the primary and in the general. He would have had my vote there. The Senate is a mess, and so is Montana and these other states are a mess. We've got some good primary winners on Tuesday night, some good ones, okay? Let's go to New York. Anthony Costantino won that race for Congress New York 21. He was endorsed by me, President Trump, Roger Stone, knowing President Trump for over 25 years or more, knowing him for a long time, and then American Mayor Rudy Giuliani endorsed him. That was a big win for us. Okay, now let's go to Letitia flippin' James. She needs to be gone. She needs to be long gone. She should have been locked up a long time ago. She should have been in prison a long time ago for going after President Trump. Okay, she should have been gone. Okay. Now we have in America First, I haven't endorsed her yet, but America First conservatives need to win that way. Should have been gone last election, but they had to cheat to keep her in. And then let's go over to Bruce Blakeman. He is a good candidate. Hopefully win that race. We need to watch the cheating that goes on there. And against Kathy Hochul that needs to win that race there. And nobody has heard it or seen that, but Katie Hobbs, as I have seen, have taken credit for no tax and the tax cuts or whatever it is. Whatever it is, she has taken credit for doing it. It's not you that did it. It was President Trump that wanted it done. He said it on the campaign trail. And I'm going to tell you this, Biker, you're disgusting piece of garbage. Governor vetoed, as you have seen, vetoed a bill for voter ID to vote on mail-in voting. He vetoed that bill. What a piece of garbage he is. I'm about ready to re-endorse Vivek Ramaswamy for that way. He supports it. And what else about Mike DeWine is he wants Haitians to stay in our country where they don't belong here. He's outraged on the Supreme Court siding with the American people, and President Trump, he wanted them to stay here. He doesn't want them out of our country. You are probably thinking that he can't be gone soon enough and leave soon enough. He can't be gone soon enough and leave office soon enough. And Amy Atkins for governor of Ohio is a communist. Okay, she is a full-blown communist. Okay, Ohio is a mess. Montana is a mess. Oklahoma is a mess. And we have other states that are a mess. And I'm tired of it. Austin Knudsen is doing something good for our country that should make everybody plumb happy. He is supporting, send a letter to the Senate, whatever it is, to confirm Todd Black as Attorney General. And that is a good thing. Led by my Attorney General, Austin Knudsen, he has supported President Trump time and time again. He might get my endorsement. We'll see when the time comes. He might get my endorsement for governor of Montana in 2028. We need a new governor in Montana. Grayson Forte can't go on anymore. He can't go on. 2 more years of President Trump is all we get, okay? And Grayson Forte has not done, he hasn't done much in Montana, okay? He has not done much in Montana, okay? And I think Austin Knudsen will do a good job here. Better than Gene Forte, I can tell you that. And there are some other things that I have seen. 2 big rulings came down today, and he didn't watch. And the Democrats are outraged because they're not going to be able to cheat anymore with these mail-in votes. Mail-in votes, that is how they get their way. They cheat with mail-in voting, and the voter rolls are not clean. Okay, I only endorse America for Conservative. And the biggest winners, we got 2 big winners on Tuesday night, and we got Jenny Costa Honeycutt. We got her for Congress. South Carolina won. She's a big one. And David Stumbo. We got him too. And then the biggest thing that you're all going to have to watch is the House. They have been, and there's 32 Republicans that did not vote for the housing bill that came out of the Senate. And that did not vote for it. And of course, my Congressman, Troy Downing, is going to vote with the Dems. He's going to vote with them. He needs to be gone come 2028. I hope for God he runs for governor and that seat is open come 2028. Montana has a deep bench, okay? A deep bench. We've got a deep bench here. So we got some other big winners too. So we need to. So we have some. We only have like 4 or 5 months to get this done, but what I've seen on X, hopefully it does happen this year, that Andy Biggs is in office. We need to get him in for governor of Arizona. We have to get him in this year. He has been a good one in there. And another one that we had too is Andy Harris, the chairman of the Freedom Caucus. That is an important caucus in Congress. They are the ones that are fighting against the uniparty rhinos. And a lot of them say they're not going to vote for anything that comes out of the Senate. And I'm going to tell you this right now about the Florida governor's race. Byron Donald still has my endorsement. He will still have my endorsement for the election on August 18th for governor of Arizona. For governor of Florida, excuse me. He would still have my endorsement for governor of Florida. And he would still have my endorsement for November. Because he does not support amnesty. He supports the Save America. And he voted no on the housing bill. He dropped the mic today. He supports voter ID. in our election. He supports these things. Forget the AI. You might not agree with them on everything, but he is a good candidate. He said he's not debating any of the candidates anytime soon. Why should he? He's way up in the polls. All of his competitors in the primary are in single digits. They got win, okay? This is why I support him for governor. He's a Trump supporter. He will carry out Ron DeSantis' legacy. That is what it is with him. He endorsed President Trump for president over Governor Ron DeSantis. Jay Collins, on the other hand, supported Ron DeSantis for president because he's so loyal to him. Well, Byron Donald is loyal to President Trump. President Trump wants to save America. We're going to hopefully get it done sooner rather than later. Okay? And the biggest race on Saturday, I don't know how we can check it. It'll be on social media. But we got an important race that no one is talking about is the South Dakota convention for Secretary of State. We need Heather Baxter to win that race. Maury Johnson, the current Secretary of State of South Dakota, had not done nothing to remove the voting machine, had done nothing to fix the election, had done nothing for you in South Dakota. We need Heather Baxter to win that race. We have to get her in. She needs to win that race. Okay? We've got to win these elections. And I'm not going to quit. Byron Donald has a good voting record. He has an A on the border because he's not for amnesty. Although the tax on Byron Donald for amnesty. No, he's not. Okay? Wheeler Boss said he's for amnesty. No, he's not. Okay? He didn't attack over amnesty. He's the most attacked candidate for governor in this country has ever seen. Okay? I will not quit. He's going to be a good governor when he gets in. Okay? He calls out the Democrat. There's only one Democrat that I like in this country is, and Dan, you would agree with me on this, it's John Fetterman.
Amen.
He calls out the Democrat like it is. He calls them out. He calls out Graham Plattner. He calls out his own party. Nobody does. Nobody else does. Okay? And I've heard John Fetterman might be gone in 28. He might be gone. Along with I heard Summer Lee put out, I've seen Summer Lee put out, say, 2028 cats them soon enough. They want John Fetterman gone. They want him out of office. Okay? And they want him gone. Okay? We need to win. We need to give America a birthday present and win these midterms. I'm not focused on anything else but winning these midterms. Okay? I do not support all the incumbents in office. I support some of them because they're an America First conservative, like Andy Harris, Eli Crane, Anna Polina Luna, and Wendy Fine. You've got others like Harriet Hagman, Ken Paxton running for the Senate. I can go on and on. You got Lauren Boebert. You got anybody out that in Paul Gosal. You've got Abe Hamaday. You can go on and on and on. Okay? You got Anna Polina Luna not voting for anything that comes out of the Senate. Neither is Byron Donald. Neither is Andy Harris. Neither is Scott Perry. Scott Perry needs to be reelected. He dropped the mic today and he said, the people sent us up there to get something done. Yes, we did, Scott Perry. You need to be reelected. Okay? And we've got others that are up. And we've got plenty of others. Mike Collins running for the Senate. We've got plenty of others. Okay? And we got people like Tim Burchett, Andy Ogles. There are some in the House. But the biggest problem, I've been saying this for a very long time, is the U.S. Senate. It is the Senate. That's the problem. Like Damon, if you don't remember LFS6B, Live from Theater 6B, Damon Roberts on LFS6B talks about the Senate. And and he said that it's 90-10. And he's been going off on the Senate. This is how we end up with people like John Thune. Because we don't want real conservatives in these races. You know? This is why I endorse people like Barry Moore. Okay? The problem we have with the Senate, we need to win these midterms. We have to do it now. And the biggest one, the biggest ruling that hopefully comes out in the next, maybe tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, is I'm looking forward to, the one I'm looking at is the mail-in voting, not county mail-in voting after election day. That hopefully will help us with our candidates across the board. I will turn it back to you now.
Well, as always, you deliver, and you dropped the Giaforte line. So thank you. I knew you were gonna say his name, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way to get some kind of T-shirt for you, for him, for that. I'm telling you, it needs to be done because it's epic. Jason, as always, a political assassin. Thank you, sir. There's nothing to even say because I agree wholeheartedly with it all. And I'm so happy we got the audio situation correct on your end, sir, because everybody looks forward to your rants. So your rants are more wanted than my rants. I don't blame people. So thank you. And with that, it's time to close out already because I spoke too long in the beginning. At least I admit it. I'm self-aware, if nothing else. So Charlene, any closing words?
Well, thank you, Jason. That was epic. And viewers, please spread the word. If you know somebody that lives in Louisiana, tell them to get to the polls in 2 days. We've got to get John Fleming elected. He's one of the good ones. We need him in there. He's going to make a great senator. I mean, he's going to make an epic senator. And we've just got to keep replacing, y'all. It's going to take some time, but we've got to keep replacing.
Amen.
And go vote.
Yes. Awesome. Well, Charlene, Jason, I love you both. Joe, you disappeared on us, and we're sending you love from afar. You went into the void, so you're out there somewhere. He's smoking a cigarette, probably laying down, watching the show right now. So he's doing his thing. But to all of you,
taking a break.
Yes, he's had a long day. So to all of you, I love you. I respect you. Thank you again. And until next week, it'll be another adventure.
Bye, Dan. Bye, Jason.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody. Take care. Thank you so much again for everything. Be safe. Keep doing what you do. And thank you for what you do. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to do a video because, as you know, and as you see, I am doing this for a reason. So I am going to go to a video as a marker. Yes, as a marker for myself for downloading purposes. And when I come back, I'll be joined. He's backstage. He's wearing red. He's very bright this evening. And the one and only Josh Bernstein, who is back on X somehow. So imagine that. They let him back. The free speech platform strikes again. So we will celebrate that as well. But ladies and gentlemen, as always, VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com, and download those apps on Android and Apple. Search VOPUSA. Do the same thing on Roku, Android, Fire, and Apple TV. If you want to see it there, big screen, and see my ugly face talking to you, yelling at you, whatever it may be. So that's it. And go to the website again, VOPUSARadio.com. And with that, I shall return in just 2 to 3 minutes. And then it's POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage with Josh Bernstein. Thank you. See you soon.
Ocean to Ocean is your late-night portal into the unknown. Hosted by Hollis and Dan Smeriglio as a tribute to the legendary spirit of late-night radio, where curiosity leads and nothing is ever off the table. From sea to shining sea, we explore late-night mysteries that keep you questioning everything. Bigfoot lurking in the shadows, secrets hidden beneath Antarctica's ice, UFOs, government cover-ups, and truths long buried, psychics, angel readings, and messages from beyond.
But this isn't just a throwback, it's our twist. Real talk,
raw curiosity, a little humor, and a fearless dive into the topics most people won't touch. Some nights will make you think, some nights might give you chills, and some might just change the way you see the world. So tune in, stay curious, and keep your mind open, because from ocean to ocean, the conversation never sleeps. Found exclusively on the Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Coffee, gold, silver, supplements? Oh yeah. Nothing says fighting tyranny and the globalist like a 10% off promo code. Meanwhile, your favorite influencers are busy jet-setting to galas and balls for 20G a pop, selling you miracle powders and apocalyptic backpacks. While we're over here in the trenches, armed with nothing but a mic, a busted laptop, and a Wi-Fi connection that's one angry squirrel away from collapse. Look, selling truth doesn't come with a brand deal or a yacht party invite. It comes with demonetization, shadow bans, and wondering if PayPal's about to accidentally freeze our account. No corporate sponsors, no billionaire backers, or checks from George Soros. Just unfiltered truth. So if you want to help us keep doing what they wish we'd stop doing, throw a few bucks in the tip jar. Because while they're busy selling you miracle water bottles that promise to make you enlightened, we're over here lifting the heavy weight of reality. So smash that donate button. Let's show the world truth doesn't need a filter or a fake tan. It just needs people who are fed up with the BS. Oh, and don't forget, use our promo code TRUTH for 10% off our upcoming End of the World Spandex Thong. Coming soon, because why not save the world with style, right?
Rage of Aquarius with your hosts Dan Smeriglio and Josh Bernstein every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Download our apps on Android and Apple to never miss a show. Watch at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Roku TV, Fire TV, and Android TV, or visit VOPUSARadio.com.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, remember promo code TRUTH. Anyway, it is that time of the night for POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage. So when I pull the veil back, the one of the only Josh Bernstein will be behind it, waiting to speak at you, waiting to tell you the wonderful adventures of he, the band on X, and now reinstated on X, Mr. Josh Bernstein. So with that, I'm going to shut up and say, welcome to the show. That's Aaron. He had the point going. He was ready. What's up, dude?
Dude, before we get into all that, I have to say you are a phenomenal voiceover guy. You really are. I've heard a lot of them. I've done it myself. I've done it for other people. You have a good talent at it. I mean, just flawless. Did they take like barely any takes too, I bet?
Pretty much, yeah. The hardest part.
They used to call me One Take Josh, and I think you're One Take Dan. Seriously, very, very good stuff. So,
thank you, man.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good. You know, I've been kind of riding my little high since you made me do the show the other night, and which I'm happy that you did. So
I know I had to kind of coax that one out of you. I was like, "Come on, man, let's do it." It's been a while. My people are freaking out. Where's that show? What's going on?
Look at that.
So I'm glad that you did it. They love you. They love the show. Trust me, they do.
And I appreciate your audience very much so, and the people who look forward to us doing what we do. And it was a great show, even though we went over.
We went over all right. I think I cut the first segment at 40 minutes and the other two at 20 each. So yeah, that was a long one, but it was a good one.
We're making up to your audience for the lack of content. All right. So
Yeah,
I re-aired it last night at 9 p.m. and actually I think I got more views on the re-air than it did on the live.
There you go. Good.
But that's okay.
Good deal.
But I'm good. How's your wife doing? Good?
She went to the doctor today, and they checked her out and all that. Everything looked good. She's going to go, I think, for one more test just to make sure everything else is fine. But, yeah, she seems to be doing pretty good. They put her on valerian root, which is like, I guess, something that helps you sleep and stuff like that. But she hasn't had any issues or problems and stuff like that. So thank you for asking.
No, thank God.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully everything's good to go. So
yes, lots of prayers. So happy to hear that. Thank you, brother. So other than that, man, I mean, I started off the show kind of with a preamble, if you will, telling people that, you know, I hate this crap and talking about the politics and talking about everything else. But that's, of course, why we do it, because there's a reason behind it. And I kind of went on a little bit of a tirade for a while because it was necessary. Then I threw in some profanities because, you know, you got to do things to catch people's attention. But, you know, realistically, you're trying to deliver a message and kind of point out the obvious truths that, you know, you got to grab their, oh my God, I can't believe you said that. Oh, what was that? You know, it's like you get one of those people, just one of those people. It's like, all right, now I got you, you know, I have to dumb myself down almost to just be, now I'm being honest, I'm being reactionary. So it's okay, but you have to play the game. But realistically, I'm talking about, because July 3rd is 20 years. It's my 20-year anniversary of doing this stuff. Yeah, I know. So
congrats. Mazel tov, as the Jews would say, right?
Thank you. 25% of me is very happy right now. But I appreciate it. I said for a while I was going to do like a big 20-year celebration, and I'm not going to do it this coming week, obviously, because that would just be, there's other things going on that are a tad bit bigger. But this month I am going to do a week-long celebration because not for the audience that just is worthless and shows up and doesn't do anything, for the good ones, for the ones who do care, and quite honestly, just because I freaking can, and I think it's earned and deserved, you know?
Yeah.
So,
like I always say, we are nothing without an audience, right?
Yeah, and for better or for worse.
Yeah, and so that's why for over 14 years now, every night, I very rarely miss, but every now and then I do. But for the most part, every night I answer everyone's comments back. Yep. And I've been doing that because, you know, they put up the time to put out the comments. I'm going to put out the time to answer them, you know. And so we've been able to build, a reliance kind of relationship, you know what I mean, for many, many years. And I have people with me well over a decade. Yeah. And they've told me that and things like that. So it's a testament to telling the truth, and it's a testament to never giving up. And so you have that, I have that, and there's a few others that do as well. And so keep fighting, man, to another 20 or more, right?
Amen. So I'm gonna publicly call you out right now. So when I do set up, probably like the middle-ish of July, I'm gonna do a whole week of episodes. That is my intent, and I'm gonna probably bring on some guests, everything else. But I'm hoping that you'll come on.
Of course.
A couple of special things.
Sure. You can even do a panel thing too.
Yeah, I would love that.
A whole bunch of us. Yeah.
Yeah, even if we want to invite your crew, maybe, you know.
Yeah, we could bring some of those folks too if they want to go. Yeah, it'd be fantastic.
I would love that.
You're in contact with Marlene, right? My assistant.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just get some of the stuff out to her, and I'll get it out to her as well, and we'll make it happen. Sure, absolutely.
That'd be outstanding.
Because I mean, your audience, my audience, everyone involved, all patriots, all ready to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. I mean, this is such a huge milestone. It's just incredible. And, you know, when they say that most societies only last about 250 years, you know, well, we're already at that right now. I mean, other dynasties have lasted a lot longer than that. And if we can control the left in this country, then we'll have at least another 250 plus. So it's a big, big deal, and everyone should be celebrating together.
And again, you know, I have no idea what I was seeing in the comments there. I always make the mistake of looking at the comments sometimes at the wrong time. But, you know, I have no idea what's going on. But it as we were doing our show Tuesday night, I guess, you know, 10% of the voting class and the Democrats were busy electing or just giving away, you know, more seats to radical, you know, Muslim extremists that hate America, DSA, as we talked about, right? As you called out appropriately. So
I called that out in April of 2025.
Yep.
That's how early. I was the only one in the media that I know of talking about designating the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, as a terrorist organization, just like Antifa, just like Hamas, Hezbollah, anyone else, because they are that dangerous. And they dress up in suits and ties, and they wear dresses, and they pretend to be moderate, and they're using the Democrats. There was one of them just admitted it tonight on the news, saying, yeah, we're not Democrats. We're far to the left of Democrats. We just use that party to get elected. They literally said that. Well, and this is a party, again, as I said already, that on their official platform, not bullshit, their official platform, it said that they wanted to eliminate the presidency position of the United States. They wanted to eliminate the U.S. Senate. They wanted to eliminate the Supreme Court. They wanted to change the Constitution. And then they wanted to create some type of board of governors or a politburo like they do in communist countries that would then control the entire country. They have said that publicly and put it in writing in their state platform in New York, where they're headquartered. So people need to understand, when I said in April of 2025 during the primaries that President Trump needs to designate the Democratic Socialists of America, DSA, as a terrorist organization, I wasn't full of shit. I wasn't being alarming. I was being truthful because I saw who's behind them. And if President Trump does this, now Bessent can get all over them and talk about, you know, going through everything that they're getting as far as funding, their mechanisms, their terrorist ties internationally and everything else. And now you don't have any more of these fucking stupid candidates running around getting elected or even becoming, you know, primary candidates and winning their primaries before they even get elected, because they would be done for, because they would take them down like they just did to the 12 or however many, 15, I think it was, Antifa scumbags in North Texas that are looking at a total of 450 years in prison. Designate the DSA, the same thing you did Antifa, and guess what? We don't have these commies running for office anymore.
Yep. I think it's, you know, I'm going to tell you a funny story. I was at a place, I won't name the place, in Cleveland, downtown, and really nice person runs this building, and it's kind of like a community center for artists, for everything else, and he has these rooms and places that he rents out. Needless to say, the main room was rented that night by the DSA, and I heard them come in, and first off, seeing them was hilarious. You could imagine, okay? These weren't the suit and tie wearing ones. These were just your, like, I don't know what gender I am.
I'm talking about the Mandanis. I'm talking about those.
Yeah.
Those
but
idiots.
they had their one leader.
Satan dressed up in a three-piece, basically.
Yeah. Well, their one leader came dressed up in a sweater with a big, you know, the big turtleneck and the man bun and everything else. And I listened for just a few minutes of him talking to these people. They're talking now, the people that were there, they're talking about art. They're talking about the patriarchy being bad. They're talking about all these other things. And the ringleader, if you will, is saying, no, what we have to focus on is the destruction of the system of governance that we have in this country. And somebody said, well, I'm more focused on this. No, what we have to focus on, it's like, and then they're all just shaking their heads like a bunch of lemons, you know, and they just go along with what they're being told by their handler. But to see this crew, I mean, this is something, even the beastly looking ones, the elephants, you know, live and in person with the hairy legs and all. I mean, like, you know, it's just, you look at them and you laugh. But the sad part is, and I want these people to be, I want them to face the repercussions as well for even supporting an organization like that. Even if they're too dumb, I don't feel any sympathy for them because they have not a patriotic bone in their body. You and I both know, though I can't understand it personally, but it's kind of how I feel about the Republican Party. I'm a Republican because I know what the Republican Party is, what it was built for, what its true meaning and the intent behind it. Probably more so than most elected Republicans. Okay, I digress. There are people out there that are Democrats that love this country, that actually they still believe in the old Democratic values. I don't personally understand that because the Democrat Party has always been evil since its inception, as far as I'm concerned. You have a donkey for a reason. But nevertheless, there are those blue dogs out there that voted for President Trump that still believe the lies that they were told like in the 50s and 60s about how the Democrats are. All right, I guess a JFK style Republican, Democrat, if you will.
If JFK was alive today, he'd be to the right of Ted Cruz.
Oh God, yes.
You know what I mean? Like he would have been a very much considered a very conservative person.
Yes.
That's how far left these idiots have gotten.
Yes, and that's the thing. So I don't feel any shred of sympathy for these people who are roped into this idea of what non-governance, this idea of anarchy, this idea of what's it called? The Politburo, the
Politburo, yeah.
In China, thinking that's a good thing. But then again, as they hail democracy, well, democracy is basically your gateway to communism. You know, as we tell people constantly, remind them that, well, we have to protect our democracy. That's good. What democracy do you speak of?
Yeah,
if you don't
exactly.
live in a
What democracy?
you know, but again, you had to remind them. But I want these people, I want the funders, I want the financiers, I want the people behind it who know exactly what they're doing.
Exactly. And that's why if you designate them, now you can open up the books. Now you have more tools. You can get into their funding. You can get into their affiliations. You can get into everything and then start charging them.
Yes.
So you're not a political candidate anymore. You're now, a convicted felon because you're involved in getting funding by terrorist organizations. And now you're a terrorist organization. See, one of the smartest things people don't understand, one of the smartest executive orders President Trump issued was in the very, very beginning, within like the first day or 2 days or whatever it was, when he designated those 11 organizations, those drug cartels, as international terrorist organizations. Once he did that and then added Antifa a little bit later, now all of a sudden you're not being treated like just a regular organization or a regular individual. Now you're part of something that the federal government can really come down on hard. Mm-hmm. And look, we don't like the heavy hand of government, but if it's going to stop communists, then that's what needs to be done so we can restore law and order. But there's something else that's going on right now. You know who Dr. Carol Lieberman is?
I do.
Okay. Very famous psychiatrist, right? Female psychiatrist, been around a long time. She's conservative as far as we know. I actually think AJ might even rep her. So if I want to interview her, maybe I'll reach out to him. But anyway, so she's now working right now with the Health and Human Services and, of course, RFK Jr. to designate and identify Trump derangement syndrome as an actual medical diagnosis recognized by all the major American affiliations and hospital affiliations and medical affiliations throughout the world and country, and actually have 3 different categories of mild, moderate, and severe. So if they do this I think is a great thing.
So do I.
You could throw obviously some extra money on it, and you can get them treatment as to why they feel this way, instead of just letting them, just stew in their own heads and become freaks and murderers. This way we can actually work with some of them, not all of them. The rest of them, the severe ones that can't function, they need to be locked up in a mental institution, fed full of, Thorazine, so they're antipsychotic, and locked away so no one never sees them ever again. That's what they need, okay? But the other ones that are redeemable in any sense and can actually, benefit from education and maybe some treatment or psychological treatment, I think it's a good thing. I think it could lower, the TDS that's going to be out there. So, and we might even be able to keep them from voting. If you have severe TDS, sorry, you can't vote. You're too fucking crazy.
I like that, it. Actually, I like it. I'm a supporter of that, but it's kind of funny. I can see from meme to reality, the many commercials that Dilly made for suffering from TDS. I can now see the pharma ads all over the television. All right,
probably.
And the treatment for it may cause excessive bowel movements, heart palpitations or whatever the hell, or what are some of these side effects? Heart palpitations, heart attacks, death.
Yeah. You'll be bleeding from both eyes for the rest of your life, but other than that, you'll be perfectly fine.
Great. I love the ones when they do the antidepressants, but may cause suicidal ideation or death. But
you're depressed, so you want to kill yourself. Yes. So you take a drug that makes you depressed, so you want to kill yourself.
Yes. It's
crazy.
It's 30-second of ad, and then it's a minute and a half of side effects. I think it's
or
brilliant.
Just a loud explosion, like boom.
Yes.
And then a boom, and then the screen is just black.
That's it.
There's your side effect.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Exactly.
Honestly, it's just so freaking crazy to me. But I think the commercials will be brilliant. I hope we have somebody creative. They should hire the Daily Meme team to do the commercials.
They probably would.
I would hope so. Because it's kind of crazy when you think about it. Wait a minute, because I said it. Please indulge me for just 10 seconds.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. brought to you by Pfizer.
This week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press data download brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Bill Gates' advice on how to combat mistrust in science at 60minutesovertime.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You really need to get vaccinated.
You know, COVID vaccines are now available for children 5 years and older. And the more people who get them, the better we're going to be able to help stop the spread of COVID.
Damn. Those people that pushed it, they should all be in jail. They should not have gotten I didn't know. It's ridiculous.
No.
But
I honestly,
that's a good intro there.
I throw that in there sometimes after the song or before
it
the song.
reminds me of the one that I used to have in around that time, where I had a very similar one where people were dropping dead basically, and it was like, I don't know, I had music to it and all that, so it reminds me of the same one. It's interesting, you've used the fire on the microphone right before, and for a long time, and so did I. It's interesting. We both have kind of had the same type of attitude towards everything. Like, we're going to tell the truth. We're going to drop it in your fucking head, and we don't care, what it does to you. Whether it kills you or not, here comes the truth.
Damn
and that's how you have to be.
That's the only way to be, and we've been doing it long before it was ever cool. Not that I don't think we were ever cool, but we're just real, and that's what, and again, it was really when they started like really shutting me down again. And I'm like, what? They're banning you because you're saying COVID. I'm like, really? You can't ban me anymore. You possibly, there's nothing left to ban. So then I'm like, okay, I'm going to step it up even harder. And I just kept going and going and going and going, It's what you do. It's what you have to do. And as far as I'm concerned, like you were saying, with regards to these people being prosecuted, we need to have Nuremberg 2.0. And until that happens, and these people are lined up and executed for what they knowingly did to populations, not just in this country, but all across the world, that includes scumbag former governors in New York and everybody in between, knowingly doing what you did, you are complicit to the death and just heinous actions. All right. And they deserve to die. And I mean, I literally said, and I read the Nuremberg Code, and they violated every single tenet of never again. They violated everything.
Yeah. And you can't hide behind where we were just doing our job.
No,
because you have to have a conscience. You have to have the ability to know right from wrong. Right. So obviously that's exactly what we need. But there's a movie out, and again, I don't ever support Hollywood in any way, but it's a movie with someone who is ostracized from Hollywood. So I definitely support the fact that they're trying to take his job for, doing whatever. But it's called Citizen Vigilante, I think. And it just came out a few days ago. It is literally banned in Germany, and it's being refused any type of, operation, production, whatever, in the UK completely. Why? Because it's a direct threat to the globalists. Because it's about a guy. It's about a guy. Maybe you can find the trailer for it. It's about a guy who basically says, I'm done with the illegal alien crime. I'm done with these left-wing radical extreme judges that throw these people, out back on the street all the time, and then they go around and killing more and more people. And it's about him being a vigilante and hunting all of them down. So
really?
Yes.
Is this in theaters?
In very limited supply.
Of course.
So check it out. It's for free, believe it or not, on X, the full movie. And I'm going to drop it for this weekend, one of my days, I think for Saturday night. I'll do the 3 segments for this show for Friday night, Hour of Rage. And then I do Saturday, I'll drop the entire movie so everybody can see it. But it's basically this one guy who is like, I'm done with all the crime. I'm done with being treated like a second-class citizen in my own country. I'm done with the special favors and treatment for the Muslims and for the illegal immigrants. And he just goes out and takes care of business on his own. It's kind of like a renegade kind of. What was that guy in the 80s? You were really, you might even not have been born. Was it Bernard Goetz? Do you remember him?
Oh yeah,
in the 80s. You must have been a little kid. Anyway, he
I
was a
know.
vigilante. He went out there and started, I think, wasn't he shooting prostitutes or something?
Yes.
Trying
Yes.
to clean up New York?
Yes.
Yeah, he'd have a hell of a time doing it now. You need a fucking bazooka to clean up New York now.
I know.
But anyway, so this movie, okay, here, you have the trailer.
I got it. I got to play
This is badass, man. I can't wait to see this.
I can't believe I didn't hear of it. So
I heard about it just today.
Wow. All right, here we go.
The truth is this. You are all being used.
The vigilante citizen is delivering a brand of justice that some believe the authorities have failed to provide, targeting both criminals and those in power accused of allowing crime to flourish unchecked.
There's been a lot said about me, so I thought you should hear directly from me. I'm here to help you take that control back.
The state, court, police. See, you think that they've failed you, but they haven't. No, they only exist to control you.
Do you want justice?
Yes.
Let's get some fresh blood. You walk down the street and you get stabbed or robbed.
He's a real hero.
We need more guys like this.
What does your country do? Nothing.
Our current system is failing to protect our citizens.
He's like the real deal.
He's playing with us. What if everything they ever taught you was utter nonsense? We can change history.
That's great.
Hell yeah. Finally. Right?
Lee Bowl made the movie. Of course he did. He made Assault on Wall Street, which is one of the best movies I've ever seen, but nobody knows about.
I haven't even seen that one.
Oh, it's great.
I'm going to have to see it. So I did some research on this Boll, B-O-L-L, right? The German director. And he's done, I guess, he's castigated in Hollywood, right? Even though he's worked with some big, players and things like that. But he said this is his most controversial film yet. And I just love the fact that they're doing something like this. I mean, we had to sit through the hunting movies, right, where they were hunting MAGA. Yes. Remember, about a year ago or 2 years, 3 years ago, whatever it was. And so now it's our turn. And so I think it's interesting that he made this movie, especially in today's time. As a matter of fact, he referenced the Belfast attack from last week in the article that I was reading about it. So yeah, so Saturday night, I'll make it free so anyone can watch it, but I'll have it up on my Substack at jbushow.substack.com.
Oh man, I got to look and see if they, I would love it if it was actually in a theater somewhere around here, and it wouldn't surprise me.
I think it is. Yeah.
If it is,
but it's in limited,
I would go pay to see that just to support him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I still might do that too.
Yeah,
I might go out and do that anyway, just to support him and the fact that he's bold enough to take on Hollywood and tell the truth. But the globalists are freaking out right now. It's banned in Germany. It's banned, not necessarily banned in the UK, but it's not in distribution really at all in the UK because they say it's anti-migrant and things like that. But yeah, I mean, he just has enough. And look, a lot of times, art, the life can imitate art. That's all I'm saying. That someone will watch that and who knows what can happen from there.
The Bruce Willis
I'm not
remake,
pushing it or supporting it. I'm just saying it could happen.
Yeah, and the Bruce Willis remake that he starred in of Death Wish was another great one, and a lot of that. And that, of course, I still love V for Vendetta. I thought that was very well done. And that obviously spawned a whole different type of thing, and they got a lot of criticism for that one. But it's I can't believe I never heard of that one. So thank you. Good looking out for that one.
Yeah. I just heard about it today. I was like, holy cow,
that's great. So right now, Citizen Vigilante, you got to see it because that trailer was freaking great, and I was happy to hear Scary Movie crested over $230 million now. Disclosure Day, which I don't ever want to root on a Steven Spielberg movie, but it's doing really good, and I'm happy to see it. So You know what? And that's your mainstream stuff. All right, not to scare
Yeah.
movie folks and not even Uwe because he's usually chastised for everything, that's why I like a lot of his movies. But you're seeing more and more stuff break through, and I love it because this is where part of taking back this country is taking back what they made ugly, what they demonized.
The culture, exactly.
Culture, art, music, movies. I mean,
Breitbart was right, man. Andrew was right when he
Yes.
said that culture is just down the street from politics. He's absolutely right.
And they targeted it
downstream,
on
I think, from
downstream. They targeted it on purpose. They did this. It was all by design. Everything has been it's kind of like a two-pronged thing, right? And I suggest, and I don't know if that's the right word, but I say transhumanism, which people are now people are saying this term more regularly, which is about time. I thought we're all crazy. No, transhumanism, how they sold it to you. They sold it to you through the trans agenda, okay? Same difference.
Remember
but
I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago.
That's right. And
It's the
we had
prelude to it.
we had a discussion about this, right? So then also you have to kill the nuclear family. So we have to do everything we can to separate. And then obviously, unfortunately, they use African Americans as, which I call them Americans, as the perfect, class of people that we're going to test this on them. And then we're going to let it read into what it is. So now fatherless homes, motherless homes, I have 75 baby daddies and everything else. It's all wonderful. They make it sensationalized. It's kind of like we said on the show before as well, putting models out there that are 350 pounds in bikinis. Oh, it's beautiful. And the biggest bastardization they've ever done. And Hollis is uber passionate about this one, rightfully so, but they have targeted art. They have targeted music. They've targeted books, children's books. They've targeted everything. Hollywood has always been what it is, but they have just...
Or they make desecration art, right? They piss on a Bible.
Oh yeah, yeah,
something like that, sick stuff,
That's beautiful. That's what real art is. It's expression now. It's freedom of expression. They say no. It's done with the agenda, the intent to bastardize everything this country was founded on. Because whether people like it or not, we are a Christian nation. We are built on Judeo-Christian values.
Absolutely.
It's one nation under not Allah, not Buddha, not one nation under God. Whether you like it or not, no matter what you do, it's never going to leave. And if you try to remove that in the future, you're going to get citizen vigilante times 3-4 billion. Okay,
could be.
And maybe that's what this world needs.
Yeah.
But there has to be a take back. So that's why I'm proud. Super Troopers 3 is coming out, which again, I enjoy those movies because I find them comical, but Super Troopers 3 is coming out in August, and it is hardcore attacking the woke and attacking all that crap. That's why I support the scary movies. That's why, again, even Disclosure Day, again, I'm not a Spielberg fan, but good on them. They're starting to take it back in little ways. They're starting to do what and even music. Now the biggest thing is, you have somebody like, again, I can use it as the example, my wife, who writes music, can play all the instruments, sings the songs, puts it all together, creates an album. But now you can just go type in a prompt in a website, and AI will create a song for you in a millisecond.
I know. It's
right?
crazy.
And people glorify this. No, because they don't want human talent creation, because art, whether in music, even if I don't think Bob Dylan's great and listen to his old crap or whatever, but I think even Bob Dylan, if he had half a brain, would be a conservative. But still, even if we don't agree necessarily with the politics of it, there used to be messages. They used to be able to express themselves through art.
And that was the thing. It's like, for instance, one of my favorite radio stations plays 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, and I think early 2000s.
Yeah.
And it's like you listen to some of the lyrics of some of the songs back in the day.
Absolutely.
Like, for instance, Madonna's Papa Don't Preach. That's, from what I can tell, a pretty pro-life song. I'm keeping my baby.
Yes.
You couldn't sing that now. And it's like there was always like a positive message in a lot of the music. They knew what a woman was, obviously, under the boardwalk where we were having some fun. It was innocent, it was playful, and it didn't have an agenda. You know what I mean? And now it's like everything has an agenda, especially in music. I mean, my goodness, look at how crazy the halftime Super Bowl was with that fruitcake, you know, singing about all kinds of nasty shit. It's like, you know, back then it was more like, oh, let me count the ways I love her, right?
Yes.
And now it's like, we don't even know what she is. It's just ridiculous.
And honestly, it's funny because a little bit of insight to people. Hollis and I have it on like a 1 right now. I have the evil Alexa here. Don't. And I call that my CIA. I might as well embrace the CIA spy machine. But, you know, nevertheless, we play 60s music 24/7. Like literally, we have 60s music playing all the time. Sometimes some 70s, but it's mostly music from the 60s. They love it. You know what? And I'm a metalhead. But, you know, Metallica is my favorite band, and my favorite song of all time is Moonlight Sonata by Beethoven. Go figure. But 60s music, I have such a passion. Just music with a message of joy, of love, of hurt, of this. Like I hear BB King come on. I got to play guitar with BB King. It was such an honor. The FM Kirby Center in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Dad, for taking me. Me and my buddy, we had a band at the time. I was like 17 years old. We sit outside. It was cold as hell, below zero. And BB King, after we watched his show, some guy came out and goes, "What are you boys doing?" I said, "We're waiting to meet Mr. King." He goes, "You only ones out here." He's like, "Come inside." We got to actually hold Lucille.
Wow, that's cool,
Lucille, one of the coolest guys ever. But you hear that, the message, right? The passion behind what they did.
Exactly.
And it's just like you compare it to now, and that's part of taking back this country is taking back art, taking back creativity, just culture. Yes, this is our culture segment, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the culture segment.
Yeah, no, but you're absolutely right. I mean, we've gone so far away from normalcy in everything. You know, I found this video today. I was on the treadmill because it's like 109 degrees out here, and we can't go outside right now. So I'm on the treadmill and I'm flipping through some videos, and all of a sudden a video pops up and it says what kids were like in the 1970s. And so I'm like, oh, all right, that's cool. I'm pretty close, right? 80s kid. So I'm watching it, and it wasn't really necessarily about what they did. It was more about what they learned. It was more about being sufficient and proficient and, you know, conflict resolution. You know, you couldn't just block somebody back in the day. You had to figure out a way to become friends. You know, your parents knew they had an idea of where you were, but they didn't really know where you were at every moment, and it was okay. You learned self-sufficiency. You saw a tree. If you're going to climb the tree, well, you might want to do it pretty careful in case those branches break, right? If you fall down, you get hurt. Now all of a sudden you've learned consequences, right? So it was a really interesting video. I'm actually going to drop it as a segment probably sometime next week because it was so amazing. It was a really cool thing. And it wasn't necessarily what they did and the activities they did, but it was the teaching and the fundamentals that they learned from doing those things. And that's what's missing in the Gen Z and even some of the millennial generations. They're so dependent on, everything having to do with electronics. And so they've lost that ability, even from brain function wise. They even said there were studies that the brains are smaller, slightly smaller in the younger generations than they are in the older generations, because the older generations had to use it.
Yes.
You know, they had a Dewey Decimal System, and they had to track down the books for the book report.
Yes.
You know, it's not just clicking what's this book about and having something write it for you. So there's a lot of detriments to obviously the technology as far as our brains, because we're not using our brains as much.
It's amazing when you think about it, you know, when you really look at it. And again, I guess I'm a 90s kid, right? Technically, I was born in the 80s, but, you know, raised throughout the 90s.
Yeah, I was born in 75, so I consider myself an 80s kid because,
Exactly.
85, I'm 10. That's
Yeah.
when you're kind of growing up. So
Yeah. And, you know, it's night and day, because even then, it's like I never once looked at anybody and said, oh, that's the gay guy, that's the black one, that's it. Nobody cared.
Right.
It was still, they were working hard to try to get us to that point of we gotta have to divide you by everything in the world, you know. But it was post segregation. So you're in this middle, the sweet spot where, well, people are getting along too much. We can't have that. And yes, you know, our high school had a computer lab, but we didn't go to computers. I remember elementary school going to CCD. We'd leave school, go to the church, and go to CCD. You know,
what does it stand for?
I don't even remember at this point. It was like it was Catholic school, like like a not Catholic school. I was in a public school, but we would leave and we go to the church and we have religious training essentially for Catholicism, right? I honestly, God, I can't remember what CCD stands for, but we would have that. Like we would actually leave during the day and go do, and we would learn things about, health, anatomy. We would learn, like, again, the big push, the Boy Scout stuff and everything else. Not always my most favorite thing, but you learn things about survival.
Exactly.
We didn't have this full force bastardization yet of what they perverted it into. So
and the younger generations don't have survival skills.
No,
at all.
No.
And that's terrifying, especially if we're in a situation where we're in wars in the future and these young kids have been coddled their whole lives and then they go into the military and they can't hack it. You know what I mean? I mean, some of it can be beaten out of you, I guess, and some of it can be trained and taught. But if you're always have been a victim of everything and been coddled your whole life and given participation trophies and all that shit, it's going to be tough. That's the difference with the older generations. They're tougher mentally.
Yes. Every time I lost, or like even when I was on baseball or something, we lost. It's not like, you did great, guys. No, you sucked. Play better next time. We're going to practice twice as hard. We're going to smoke and gas the hell out of you. It's called you winners.
Yeah. Now it's ice cream, pizza.
Yeah.
You're a winner in my heart. Here's your participation trophy. Now go jerk off in your room.
Exactly.
Like, back in the old days, it was, you struck out 3 times. You get them next time.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no coddling. There's no holding. You're the greatest. No, none of that.
No.
And children learned.
Exactly. You know what?
And they practiced harder.
That's what you need. And I just, it's such basic things. And Hollis on her show is doing something called the recreation movement. And it's about like recreating what was. It's a very she's done a masterful job and she's weaving things into this whole series of shows and breakdowns. It's all about it's not reinventing the wheel, but it's about surviving in this age, but doing the things that work that they've worked so hard to get you away from, recreating what has worked. Bringing back things, and I love the concept of it. I love what she's talking about because I think that is what we need. It doesn't have to be political. We need people like that pushing things like that, because any way you can infuse a little sense of realism and just social maturity and just a little bit of self-preservation into this society, it's a win. We need these things. It boggles the mind how weak we are, and what we've become. And again, we don't need to fear a nuclear weapon, because honestly, an EMP would be worse than a million Hiroshimas. An EMP.
Yeah. It's funny. I talked about that on Full Throttle tonight. Yeah. We've got to protect our grid. I mean,
because let's face it, you and I would be fine if an EMP hit, because we know how to survive. But the majority of the world, they will either kill themselves or die, have heart attacks because I can't use my phone, I can't use my computer, I can't use my AI, I can't play my video games. They wouldn't know how to survive. We were the last generations that, and again, me, I was right on that cusp, right? But still, I knew what it was. I'm going to go play outside. I'm going to go ride the bike and fall on my ass because I sucked at riding a bike because of inner ear problems. Thank you, not because I'm dumb. But literally, these were things that we did. We would survive it, but these other generations, they're done, dude. An EMP would destroy this nation.
I bet you that the Gen Z generation, just on average, and again, I have no document to prove this at all, but I would say either 50% or less actually know how to ride a bicycle.
Oh God, I would say
50% or less.
I'd say 20%. That was the other thing I was talking about with somebody at work the other day. He said his son, he's 55 years old, retired, Master Chief in the Navy. This dude's seen some shit, right? Really good dude. I always make fun of him. Like, you get up in the morning, you go run 36 miles, come back home, and then you start your day, But he said his 12-year-old son he's going to make a case for why he needs an electric bicycle. I said, what? He goes, yes. I said, so they even took away pedaling? Like, my God. And even the motorized scooters, like, you used to push with your foot, right? No.
Nope. It's all digital and electric and everything else. People are lazier. They're, you're probably having more health issues because you're not moving as much. It's just bad. And then, you put in the robotics and everything else.
Yep.
Who knows what the future is going to be like?
Dude, it's crazy. Joe just said in the chat room they had typing classes. So did I. I had a typewriter growing up, not a computer, a typewriter. I got my first computer in 2003. I graduated in 2001. I'm proud of that. I love when I got an.
I graduated in 1993 from high school, but I remember computer science class where we had to learn like ASDF, JKL semicolon, where you'd put your fingers on, and so you had to type without looking, and they would test you. But then we would do programs back then. It was like, 10 go to 20, 20 go to 30, RUN, and then you'd hit like run, and it would be like, I don't know, like hearts all over the screen or something, and we were like, wow, how did that happen? Like that was the most primitive of times of computers, and now forget it. I mean,
oh God, man, that's why people talk about being gamers and shit. Like I had a PS3, and SmackDown versus Raw 2011 was the last game I ever actually played on any system. But I'm still like, I miss my Atari. Like I don't care what you people say. That was more fun.
Yeah, I played video games when I was much younger too.
Yes.
But
them.
But I also went out and played too.
Yes.
I also rode bikes and motorcycles and skateboards and did normal shit.
It was like It was like we would come home after spending the day out with friends, and then we could play video games for a little while, Or it's raining too heavy or it's snowing too much. After we get done playing in said rain or said snow, let's go play our Super Nintendo. It's like it's just so freaking crazy, man. And that Anyway,
that's the thing. There's a whole generation that has lived in their room, or have had virtual friendships, other than the ones at school.
Well,
I mean, it's crazy.
You probably didn't see it, but I used to laugh at these things called gigapets. They would like these little, they look like watches, and it was like you're hatching your little turtle. You press one of the two.
Yeah, I think I remember those.
Yeah,
you remember swatches?
Yes, I do.
I had a bunch of those when I was a kid.
What about the slap bracelet things? Remember that?
Oh yeah. You pull the thing and it would go wrap around your arm.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember those too.
I'm telling you, we've said this once before.
Yeah, we were doing nostalgia hour.
Yeah, we need to do a whole culture thing. We got to make it into a whole brand. I'm telling you, because and then always parlay it into the weakness and the
bring it back to present day.
Yes,
exactly.
It would be fun.
Who was amazing at doing that was Barry Farber. May rest in peace. He was so good at talking about a historical event from like the 60s and 50s or whatever, and then somehow weaving it all the way up to present day and picking a problem that we have now and comparing it to what it was in the it was like just amazing. It was so amazing. Incredible doing his show for, I don't know, 300 times probably. And he knew 25 languages. I mean, he was just a really smart dude.
No, he's a legend. The greats, Paul Harvey.
He's number 10 in U.S. history. Of the top 10, he's number 10.
Yeah.
And of all time. And it's interesting because Sean Hannity, or Sean Vanity as I like to call him, who I can't stand, he counts Barry Farber as his as his mentor. But when Barry passed away, and I heard from his daughter Cecilia and the other ones, and they set up an industry like call basically, and it had all the big heads of the radio stations and program directors and longtime hosts and all that. And so it was like all of us together on this Zoom call, but who doesn't show up? Sean Vanity doesn't show up. Imagine that. His quote mentor doesn't show up and instead phones it in with a video. So that's never sat right with me, especially when you've gone out publicly and said you wouldn't be in radio if it wasn't for this guy. But then you can't clear your schedule to join an industry insider's Zoom call. Yeah. What a piece of shit.
Absolute piece of shit. Always just the fake is the fake. These fluffed up TV types. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
And it's like Hannity, he goes with the wind. Oh, Mark.
Just like Savage called him, Sean Vanity.
Yes.
That fits.
And again, I still want to show respect to Savage, but sometimes he pisses me off. But
Michael Weiner.
Yes.
It's his real name.
It's my. Yeah, I know. It's kind of funny. I still know
He's
how
a
to-
smart guy, though. I mean,
He
he
is,
may be
dude.
an old crotchety dude right now,
Yeah.
but like in his younger days, I mean, he's always been really, really intelligent.
He was
he's,
great.
Yeah, and he's the type of guy that will talk about any topic.
Yep.
You know, whether he's talking about chrome bumpers in the 50s or doo-wop or, you know, epidemiology in the Fiji Islands or what's going on in politics, just brilliant. He was just an he's still around, but he's just brilliant. He's always been really smart. I did his show once.
Yeah.
I don't remember what year it was, and I only had like an 8-minute segment. And he wanted to talk about the dwindling of Christianity in Central America. So I had to do some quick research and find out. And so it's the only time I ever did his show.
I did Savage's show, and I had a 3.5-minute segment. Actually, it was in 2000.
You know what happened with him, right? He had a show on MSNBC for like a day, maybe two. And the first show that he's on, he's answering people's calls and this and that. And you know how he always was. He didn't. If you said, "Hey, how you doing?" He would. You don't need to know how I'm doing. Click next caller, right? He was just always abrasive, basically. And so this one guy calls up, and he's like, "Michael Savage, you're on the air. What's the topic, please?" You know, like he always does. And the guy's like, "Michael," like all gay and shit. And so Savage goes, you know, whatever his name was, like Kenny or whatever, and makes fun of him back. And he's like, "What do you want? What do you want from me?" And so he starts talking, and he's got a really high-pitched gay voice. So he immediately cuts him off and says, "Do me a favor, call me back when you have a man's voice." Click. So about a minute later, he's making fun of the guy and everything else. He calls back again, and the same guy calls back, and he's got his high-pitched gay voice, and he's yelling and cursing at him. And so Savage, there's a tape of it somewhere on the internet, I'm sure. He basically says, you know, "I don't need to talk to you. Go get AIDS and die, you pig." Click. And that was his last show on MSNBC.
That's great.
So yes, the great Michael Savage had a one show career on television.
That's hilarious. And MSNBC actually, surprisingly, you know, when I was young,
they didn't know what they were dealing with Michael Savage.
Well, no.
He was, he was something else.
I was surprised Imus was on for as long as he was.
Yeah.
Honestly, because
some of the things that he would say, absolutely.
Yeah, I actually liked it.
Yeah.
Of course, I was told to hate him because I thought Howard Stern was cool when I was a kid and young and dumb.
Well, Howard Stern was awesome for many, many years,
Back
and
in
then
the
he
day.
went woke.
Yeah,
Yeah,
big time.
yeah.
You know, so I call him the queen of all media now.
Yeah.
You know, but like it was fun, and I remember, you know, like it was like where I lived in Pennsylvania, I had to take my little karaoke machine that had the radio and like turn it upside down and put it on a 360 degree at like some kind of angle. Like I could pick up 92.3 K-Rock. I could hear Howard Stern. Like his wife left him, and we got to tune in and see what he's gonna say. You know, it's like it was actually fun back in the day. You know, and then he changed.
You remember what else was back there? I haven't been in Jersey in 30 years. So you had 92.3 K-Rock. You had 95.5 WPLJ, I think.
Yep, WPLJ.
100.7
Z100.
Z100,
yeah.
the Morning Zoo, yeah.
Yeah, the Morning Zoo, yeah.
I mean, that has to be like well over 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know why I remember that stuff. But you know, when you grow up in that area, you have remember it all.
You know, and 10
That's so
wins.
funny. 10 wins. You give us 10 minutes, and we'll give you the day. We'll give you the news.
Yes.
I remember that too. Yeah, 10 wins.
Yeah.
People on the East Coast that are older are going to be like, "Yeah, I remember that." That are listening to this.
Like,
the youngsters are like, "What the hell are they talking about?"
Yeah, well, they're old. Like some of the greatest times I ever had. It was so funny. And it was weird. Like we'd stop at like a dairy deli or whatever, and it was like right in Sparta, New Jersey.
So man, that's out near Vernon Valley, right? Great Gorge, where the Action Park was.
Yes. Oh,
you know that one. You know that one movie. Well, they used to call it Fraction Park for a reason, right? Remember they had the big Tarzan swing.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so many people got like their backs broken, their legs shattered on that thing. And so that park in particular was like shut down because of all the injuries. Someone died in the wave pool. There was like an electrocution.
It was
great. And so Johnny Knoxville, I don't know, maybe 2018, something like that. He does like this off the wall movie, and it's called something Park, but not Action Park, right? but it's about him running this amusement park in this rural area. They don't say it's New Jersey, but obviously it was based off of that. And all these people get injured. You know, it's like a Johnny Knoxville movie. So everyone's doing stupid stunts and, you know, getting in trouble and all this other stuff. But I'm telling you, that was based off of Action Park.
That's so
in Alpine, in Sparta.
That is so crazy. You know, and I loved it. You know, and literally, like, I would buy the loaves of bread with the coupons for, like, you know, Coney Island, Six Flags, Dorney, whatever it may be. You know, they had the coupons attached to the loaves of bread. But yeah, some of the greatest memories I have was when it wasn't all the time, but sometimes my dad would take me to work with him, and he would work in Hackensack, New Jersey, or around those ways, right? He was my father is. He's brilliant, but he did heavy, like, he was a mechanic. He could build, tear apart anything, rebuild anything. The guy's a genius, right? On so many different things. But I would go with him when I was a kid, you know, in the morning stop and get the bagel, you know, I would get Jolts.
Bagel and cream cheese with lox.
Yeah, no lox. But
I love lox. Are you kidding me? Smoked salmon? You got to have an everything bagel with red onion, cream cheese, and smoked salmon.
I never had it.
That's the Jewish tradition right there.
I would try it now. Okay. I would try it now. Then it was like, no, bagel cream cheese or a buttered roll. If, you know, Kaiser, you know,
buttered roll. I'm sorry. That's gay.
Well, listen, it's bisexual at best. Okay. So,
okay. All right. Fair enough.
Listen, I only got that when I couldn't get the bagels. All right. Thank you. But my father would let me get the old school Jolt in the plastic bottle.
I remember that. Yeah.
Jolt. You got to love Jolt.
Yeah.
And it's like driving in.
Pure sugar.
Oh God. It was amazing. You know, and
it's like drinking cotton candy.
Basically. It was fantastic, you know, and because my father drove every day, and he'd be in New York City all the time, like back and forth. But I loved it. It was just like, it was such a vibe, such a feel.
That's a nice place. If you grew up near Sparta, I mean, my God,
we weren't
beautiful out there. That's out way past Route 24, 287, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And
nice. My brother lives out in Warren.
Oh, okay.
Off of 287, so I know the area again.
Yeah, know it well.
Yeah, I grew up, off of Route 22. In Union County, so I know the area pretty well.
We would cross the Dingling Bridge, the Dingman's Bridge, the infamous, in our little part of the Poconos, and right there it's all like God's country up there. It's
beautiful.
Sad. It's sad.
I mean, I don't know if it's still beautiful now. Who knows? There could be Somali Muslims fucking running through the neighborhood, you know, with axes and hatchets for all we know. But when we were there, it was high dollar, beautiful neighborhoods. So.
It was a different world, man. You know, a whole different time.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I could do this all damn day. I'm sorry.
Are we up on it? We're up on it.
Of course we are. And I don't even know how that happened. Like, all right.
Just conversation.
It was great. I mean,
hell
we're still making up for all the damn time.
I know. That's the thing. We missed like 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah,
2 weeks.
That's too much.
Yeah, my fault. But
everybody was jonesing.
I guess so. Now, all right. So I could play the G Delt thing. Should I do it?
Oh, that's right.
I had it loaded up this entire time, and I'm like, should I save it to Sunday? I don't know.
You got to remember to play it, I guess, earlier, because how much of it did you use? The whole thing.
The whole thing. I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let that be the clip that we'll use basically when we start doing clips on Sunday at like 35, 40 minutes in or whatever.
Yeah, that's cool. Because you're gonna want to see the G-Delt thing. It's freaking awesome.
That's cool that you put the whole clip too.
Yeah.
It's got the old opening and everything.
Everything. I love it.
Nice.
So
I haven't seen that one in a while.
I'm literally staring at it. It's right there. I showed you. You know, it's like
they've stolen our election.
Like it pisses me off. It doesn't piss me off because I enjoyed the hell of the conversation. But I'm like, where the hell did time go?
Yeah, just nostalgia. Talking about all these different things. That's what's so fun about it.
I know.
That's why I love doing my Full Throttle show. I love doing this show.
Yeah.
I love doing things where we're talking to other people.
Yes.
It's a lot of fun, So.
Yes.
But real quick, do we have time to talk about what happened with X?
Absolutely.
Okay, just real quick. So
go ahead.
Out of nowhere, I just got back on X. I have no idea how. I was told it was a permanent suspension. It said this is read only. So that's it. You can't do anything else. You can't post anything. You can't share. You can't like, nothing. And I tried and it wouldn't work. So then I appealed the decision. And again, it was for something stupid I never even heard of, excessive campaigning. So whatever. So I appeal it. And of course, a day later, I get back an email saying, we have taken into consideration you, your career, who you are, all that, but we're not giving you your channel back. So I just figured, all right, well, I'll just start using the backup one that I have. And that was it. And so I was checking on a video, and I clicked on it. And all of a sudden I saw that my thing was up, and I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. So I went to my laptop and I just posted like an article or whatever, and sure enough, it was back up. So I don't know why it's back up. I'm not complaining. I think it's great that it's back up, but the only thing I can think of is somebody who's following me is close to the administration, and maybe they told them, plus my fans were all over social media because they were pissed that I was banned. And I think someone just got to Elon Musk or something and just did a favor. Maybe they realized that it was stupid, their reasoning, and for whatever reason, I'm back on. But who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll be back off again. So I don't even know. So it's just very, very strange. It's just out of nowhere, just boom, just back on. So
it's because of the pressure campaign that we put on. And it's...
Well, some people did. I know that. They reached out to lots of different people for me. So it's possible. I mean, there's a lot of times where I cover something and then 4 or 5 days later, I hear it on Jesse Waters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God.
That happens a lot.
Yeah.
So somebody in the administration obviously is watching. There's no question about it.
No,
so I don't know. Maybe that's what happened. Like I said, I thought I was done for, right? Just completely done. I was like, well, I got to fucking start over all again. And sure enough, they just showed up. So anyway.
And that's a victory.
Happy about that. Yeah, it's definitely a victory.
That's
definitely
a freaking beautiful thing, dude. I mean, it's rare when it happens.
It shouldn't happen, though. That's the thing.
Exactly. That's the point.
We should have real freedom of speech, and of course we don't.
Yes.
So
and so the home of free speech, not so free, but that's okay. It's a selling point, right? And it's sick, and I've often said, because it's funny when you look at the people who follow me on X, it's like people don't realize, like, yes, not only did Charlie Kirk follow me, like, we would communicate back and forth, and like, Don Jr. And like, like I could ramble off names of like people who actually follow me. I'm like, oh, cool. People are like, oh, wow. It's like, it doesn't mean anything. But it's like, you still know, though, that, they know who the hell we are. They know who the hell you are. They know who the hell I am. It's like, it's not some like, oh, look, I'm followed by, it's like, whatever. Do the research yourself. You know what I mean? But sometimes when little things like that happen, it's a victory. So you know what? For this moment in time,
I mean, it could have been Roger Stone. I'm close with him. It could have been, I don't know how many other people. Dr. Robert Malone. There's a lot of other people, but could have been someone like Wendy Rogers, who I know very, very well. Maybe she said something. I don't know. All I know is I surprisingly got it back after they told me I wasn't. So I'm thankful, but again, like I said, we shouldn't be in situations where we're being censored.
I know.
I thought that was going to be over in the Trump years, and it hasn't been. And I thought I'd be doing a lot better in the Trump years, and I'm not.
No.
So it is what it is.
Some things needed to be circumvented, and unfortunately, it's like they weren't going to give that up.
Yeah, I don't know where Brendan Carr is.
I know.
FCC commissioner.
Very disappointed.
He should be tracking down on all this stuff. But
I mean, I like seeing Trump telling the DOJ to go after the oil companies and stuff. I think that's beautiful. Like, I love what he did to the Senate. I love the epic things. But I full respect for the dude's busy, but it's like, Brendan, where are you, bro?
Yeah.
We need a little bit of help still. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's
the court's been pretty good lately. And,
court's been good.
Tomorrow
is
could be
it tomorrow?
a very big day. The end of their session is Tuesday, but I have a strong feeling that tomorrow we might hear something on birthright citizenship, mail-in ballots by election day, and no men and women's sports. They just did the TPA decision, temporary protected status. TPS,
I love it.
So he can now get rid of all the Haitians and all the fucking cat eaters and dog eaters and all that. And so there's a lot of good decisions that have been happening. Like I said, I think we're probably going to get 2 out of 3. But if we get 3 out of 3, that would be amazing too. So
I can report from Cleveland, Ohio, that You know, I've been there many times, and unfortunately, it's beautiful, but it is a shithole. But we could hear the celebration of the cats and dogs from Springfield all the way over here. It's about 3 hours away, but we can hear them partying in the streets. If I miss the decision, I'll know by the anarchy that will ensue across the country and the burning of the country if birthright citizenship is taken. That to me would be just. I'm like you. I think that'll be the one that they don't give us, but. If it did, it would be huge. Oh my God.
Oh, it'd be huge.
I mean, I want it all.
I
want
know.
it all.
You know,
and I'll be happy
but
with.
Yeah, we get that mail-in ballots thing, man. That's huge.
Huge.
Because that eliminates all the blue states being able to be like, well, it's a close election. Wink, wink. Yeah. Hey, we need more of those mail-in ballots. Not to mention the Postmaster General said, not gonna fly. You're not getting any mail-in ballots if you don't give up the rolls.
The Postal Union, which endorsed Biden and worked overtime to help steal it. Now, here we are these years later, and we have this change. I love it. I love it.
So keep your head up, everybody. There's some good things that are happening and coming, and just got to keep fighting. Got to defeat these DSA terrorists. Got to defeat them.
Yep.
Very, very important. So remember, low turnout elections are not good typically. Okay,
No.
especially like in New York where Mandani won with 11%. Okay,
And
so these
it's
people are counting on low amounts of people coming out so that
Yep.
they can win and put these DSA scumbags in.
The radical Muslim the other night, what was it? 10%. 10%. Like it's disgusting. But
it's crazy.
All I could say is honestly, if you want to know like the blueprint and the guidebook to actually save the country,
Oh, I have it in the other room.
See,
So, there it is.
It's right there, and the link is in the description, people. Get the book. All right, get the damn book, and get the book.
Lots of stuff in there, and again, Rage Exchange on Etsy. So if you want some pretty cool T-shirts, all kinds of interesting things that you will not find anywhere else, then check it out because there's some really cool new designs and stuff like that. And other than that, join the Substack, jbushow.substack.com. God bless you all, and we'll see you all on Sunday.
Look at that. That was a smooth exit, my friend.
Did you like that one?
That was good. That was like free flowing, just like boom, uncut out.
Well, like I said in the beginning, you're very good at voiceovers, so I guess I'm good at ending segments.
Yeah, there you go. You're the closer.
There you go, the closer.
That's awesome. Brother,
All right, man.
Appreciate you, man, as always.
God bless everybody.
God bless, bro. Talk to you
Take
soon.
care. Bye.
Rage of Aquarius with your hosts, Dan Smeriglio and Josh Bernstein, every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Download our apps on Android and Apple to never miss a show. Watch at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Roku TV, Fire TV, and Android TV, or visit VOPUSARadio.com.
Election time is here, Maine, and you have a choice on the Democrat side between a socialist and a communist. Gee, which one will you choose? And on the Republican side, let's face it, you have washed up, has-been Susan Collins. But what you don't know, you have another choice. And I am that choice, and I have been that choice since announcing last January. People ask, where have you gone? Are you still running for Senate? The answer is this: yes, I am. But in doing so, I had to spend more time getting attacked by the establishment and attacked by the people who said they wanted change, but all they did was condemn, criticize, and judge versus help and get involved. We lost our house. I lost my job. Changes had to be made. I still have that house, but we can't afford to live there anymore. The price you pay for doing the right thing. You can't see anything about the campaign on social media. Social media, including X, is a joke. It's not a home for free speech. It's a home for suppression and suspension. As soon as we launched our Senate channel, it was deleted within 12 hours because the establishment fears the voice of truth. If you want to know what I'm doing and the things I have to say, go to VOPUSARadio.com and check out the Dan for Senate channel, and you can see all the videos as to where it began and how we got here. I told you over a year ago what it's going to be, and congratulations. While you were all trying to decide if I was a, quote, real Mainer, the establishment wins again. Your Marxist, communist, socialist piece of crap governor, she's a shoo-in for the Democrat candidate, and Rhino establishment hack is going to be your candidate on the Republican side. You want change? Write in change. Write in Dan Smirglio. If called to serve, I will serve. But I am done sacrificing for people who don't want it. I'm done trying to prove myself to you. What I said over a year ago has come true. So now your choices are slim. Your state can no longer afford to be complacent and quiet because you are all complicit if you allow this to occur. If you want the change, write in the change. Vote for the change. I did this because you didn't. Because this country and this state needs a fighter. I'm here and ready to serve as I have always been. BOPUSARadio.com. I say the things that you're too afraid to say.
Are you a whining, sniveling little apologist? Are you a psycho-babbling snowflake? Part of the victim culture and all of the global elite that want to destroy our God-given freedoms? Are you a pussy? If so, turn it up, because we love pissing you off. This is Voice of the People USA Radio. Engage and rage. And rage. Pure, unadulterated truth guaranteed. This is Voice of the People USA Radio. And this is Dan Smirglio.
A little bit of a throwback for you. The old intro doesn't say POLITI-SHOCK. It says Voice of the People USA Radio. Don't you like it? That's the infamous one. That's the infamous one. That's where everybody got excited about being called a pussy. I have no idea why. I swear people like the abuse. It's still great. I still enjoy it. And yes, I know my main commercial is outdated, but it's okay. It's still relevant because, believe me, we still have ways to go. But here I am, and I am back with my POLITI-SHOCK background and my flag background. So look at that. I switched over so quickly. Actually, I didn't. That's why I played 2 videos in a row. Did I play 2 videos? Well, I played the longer video, excuse me, and then the cover to the audio track. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up here in about 13 minutes at 12:30 Eastern time. I'm going to end the show because I figure a nice 3.5 hours is a good way to round it out. But no, that was fun, and I actually enjoyed it. A conversation about, well, it's political in nature, of course, but you know, it's fun to talk about these other things, and I think that is my point. To consider this my closing monologue, if you will. My point is, you know, we're in a battle, we're in a war, and we have a lot of work to do. Because there are people trying and working overtime to do everything in their power to destroy this country that we know and we love and we call home. And it's the hardest thing in the world to feign interest in this battle and the divisionary stuff and the side, you know, I'm on this side, you're on that side, because all you really want realistically is for people to come together and actually, you know, kind of break the globalist ties that bind, and what binds them, what holds them together is us hating each other, is us hating God, is us, you know, embracing broken families, unhealthiness. And look, I'm not a hypocrite at all. I go up and down, and yeah, I have my medical issues, but they don't define me at all. Not at all. So one of the greatest moves I did over a year ago now is stop taking the Stelara and the methotrexate for my Crohn's disease and everything else. And though I have my days and there's a lot of constant pain, I feel better than I've ever felt, probably. Not ever, but I feel better than I've ever felt since I started, you know, getting sicker and everything else. And that's going back to 2017, 18. whatever it may be. And then I think when you're diagnosed with something, they put it in your head that, oh, well, you're sick now. And then it's like, oh no, what, and you start to actually not believe it, but live it and become it. And it takes some time. And I'm certainly no pillar of anything or some be like me type of story, but it takes time to get out of that headspace and say, and remember, like, I'm not a victim. I'm never going to be a victim. And yeah, there's things wrong with me, but people have it worse. So I'm blessed and I'm lucky. And, even in my worst time where I decided that I'm done with the pharma hell, and, Hollis's show on Wednesday night was fantastic. And I really appreciate her telling the story. And it meant a lot to me. Holistics Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So she'll be doing a new live show tomorrow night, I believe. And I hope I'm not just, I'm not getting ahead of something if she's not. But she's been doing really good, and her kind of doing it on that schedule is awesome as well. But she told the story about, how the work that she did with holistic care. And I think one of the best things I ever did, though costly and expensive, was breaking from the pharma chains and trying to seek alternative health. Now, the alternative health stuff, which I don't even know why it's called alternative. It's the oldest, most, literally natural health and healing practices that exist, and, go back not, decades, but go back hundreds and thousands of years. And did it cure me? Did it help me? Some things, yes, it did. And there's a lot of stuff that I probably could get help from that I still have to pursue and, and keep going with. But I mean, look, I went there seeking health and trying to save my own life. And lo and behold, I met my wife, so it's, these blessings from God and these blessings from above that you don't anticipate, and poof, there they are. And I'm so grateful for that. And I parlay that into what I'm talking about now. Like, I'm in a space where, and it's relevant to a conversation Hollis and I had last night. I'm in a space where, what you see, and I think my longtime listeners, like Josh was saying, he's had people listening over a decade. I do have some people that have been listening for 20 years. And I'm grateful for them. And I'm grateful for everybody who's tuning in that actually cares. But it's interesting and it's humbling when you know that you have people that are listening that long. But what you see is what you get with me. I'm not believe it or not, I'm not an overly expressive person. I don't turn it on for the radio. Yes, sometimes I'm speaking truth to power. I'm speaking from the heart. I'm speaking sometimes in ways that'll be profane or vulgar or this or that. I certainly don't do it as much as I used to do it. And I'm giving you my genuine feelings, but I'm not like I'm turning it on just for the benefit of a clickbait or whatever it may be. Is just sometimes I feel like I got to speak a certain way to try to get the attention of people, because ultimately what it all comes down to is I'm trying to wake people up. I'm trying to make people think and question things for the betterment of not only themselves and their families and whoever it is that they love, but for the betterment of this country and the future moving forward. And I think that's the most important thing to put out there. But all in all, I hate politics. I hate talking about politics. I hate doing anything with this. But, and I say this because I'm in a different space now. Yes, having a job again is a blessing, and I thank God for that every single day. And getting back a sense of yourself. But you're not defined by a job. You're not defined by your worst. Let me rephrase that. You're not defined by what you have in the moment. You're defined by your worst times. And the worst times, probably the worst times I've ever been through. I thought it was bad last year when you lose your job and everything else, and we had to leave our house and leave our family, friends, but family like Aaron and Amy, Aspen. And then come to a new place. And by the grace of God, we landed in a place that's really cool. And, we're grateful for, we're appreciative of. And then, you think things are going good, and then boom, it hits you again, right? Oh, it's a new year. It's a new day. And then, you lost your job. And now and then it all begins again, but worse than ever. And through that time, you get into your head a lot. And, it's normal for people to do that. And I didn't feel defeated. I didn't feel this, but you feel less than. And, but some things you always, when you're self-aware, and I'm guilty of being overly self-aware and overly analytical and thinking of things, way too deeply, probably, sometimes to my own detriment, but this time was a little bit different. No matter how bad it was, and it was bad, but we survived. And the most important thing I have to say is, I couldn't have done it at all without my best friend, without my number one, who's my wife. And I say that sincerely because I'm always around people that, and I know they're not trying to be bad or say bad things, but like they literally say, anytime out of the house is great because I get away from my wife. Anytime I can get away is great because I don't have to be around the wife, and things like that. Almost 3 years into marriage here, almost 3 years into marriage. And with me, it's kind of the exact opposite where I can't wait to get back to my wife. I can't wait to do more things with my wife. And that's a blessing. And I'm grateful for that. And I hope everybody has that or can find that. And I certainly didn't think I was going to, but I did. And I say this because, even through the hardest of times, we did okay. We survived. We had people, the people who did donate, and then Steve Stern, my dad, doing whatever he can do. And he did a lot, these little things that they mean so much to you, and the people that are there for you at the worst times. And it's not a lot. It's not a lot. It's very few. And we're blessed to even have a few. But for me, blessed to have that constant through the 4 months of hell that it really, truly was. And, the difference was this time, I guess I reached a place inside where stopping the pharmaceutical drugs, I didn't want to take anyway, but stopping them last year, right before we left Maine, about a month before we left Maine. And it's different challenges, different pains, and different things got to endure. But you look and you think like, well, I've endured worse. I've endured so much worse. So now my nose is itchy again. Does that mean something? People gonna think I'm like a coke addict or something. I'm far too fat to be a coke addict. But it's like you have to. Life is an evolutionary process. I truly believe that every day is a chance to do something different, to have a different perspective, to be a different person almost, but never losing sight of your core. If you could find who you are, be comfortable with who you are on the inside, and honest to God, I am, because I remain the same unchanged person that I've always been. And, again, for better and for worse, because I'm not like your normal person. Anybody who actually knows me knows that I'm different. I could win over a room. I could win over a crowd. I could, be the life of the party, but I'd rather not be around people. And not because my disdain for society or anything of the sort, because you feel like you're around people who don't have that same energy level as you, which is funny because I don't come across as a very energetic person, and maybe it's because of the lack of sleep, because of the or the fatigue crap. And maybe there's some justice, maybe there's some truth to it, but I don't believe it and I don't own it. But again, it's about, you have to still keep going and keep fighting to, do everything and be everything that you want to be from the inside, and let your inside kind of out a little bit. And it's always a process. And sometimes you put the people you love through hell too, because you no matter how good you are, you lose sight that if you're lucky enough, if you're blessed enough to have somebody who actually loves you and cares about you, you could think to yourself at time, well, I'm going through this, what do you know? Now, I never really did that, but you have to step back sometimes and realize that when you're going through hell in life and, you're feeling less than because, jobs won't hire you, and, I sacrifice this and I sacrifice this, because I'm trying to do the right thing and all these wonderful things. What you lose sight of is that, if you have somebody who loves you and is your best friend, they're going through it with you. They're living through it with you. And even in your mind, like with me, I'm not that defeated person. Even during the time, I wasn't that defeated person, but it's hard not to feel it sometimes. It's hard not to kind of bear the weight of the world, if you will. You know what I mean? And it's natural. It's a natural thing, whether you know it or not. Because in your mind, you're like, well, inside, I'm good. I'm happy. Yeah, I hurt. Yeah, I'm tired. Yeah, I'm this, I'm that, but I feel good and I feel okay. But sometimes you're not able to express it the way you want because you're not focused on like, well, how do I show it? I just want to live it. I want to keep moving forward to the point where I could live it, all the time. And like, maybe it'll just kind of exude out of you. It'll come out of you. I don't know what you would call it. But I say all this One, to give credit where credit is always and forever due to Hollis, my best friend and the love of my life, because she's the strongest person I know, and she's put up with so much, and she does ground me, and sometimes I don't think I'm going out on a limb here and saying that sometimes we can ground each other, and sometimes I could be a drag on her. She's not a drag on me, but I could be a drag on her. Absolutely. Whether you intend to be or not, it happens, and you have to be self-aware enough. So anyway, I say all this, one, to say thank you to her, and I love her so much with all my heart and soul. And God, I always thank God every single day for the many blessings. I thank God for, I still haven't done the social media post yet about my mom's passing, the anniversary of her death, because I said Hollis kind of gave me a different perspective, and I talked to my dad about it too. And it's more so about, celebrating the fact that she's out of her pain, and she's out of, and she's with God. And even when I do the social media post, because my mother said, when I die, I want you to post on social media, because she always got a kick out of people writing all these deeply personal things on social media. She barely knew how to use it, but she thought it was so funny. And she's like, why did people do this crap? And she said, when I die, I want you to post updates to me on all the pertinent days. Don't be sad. Post social media updates. And if I reply, you're going to be rich. And she said she'll do everything she can to try to reply. Right. But I give updates. And, one of the coolest things that's happened too is, and it's not for any treacherous bad reason, or I hate this person, whatever, over these past few years, I've been very lucky. And, my dad is back in my life, and, it's not like he was ever out of my life, but let's face it, through a lot of different reasons and things, good, bad, or indifferent, we didn't talk for a very long time. I didn't see my father for years on end, but now my dad's back, and he's going through his hell. There's somebody who worked his whole life, a veteran, and done a lot of things, but my phone is going crazy. Excuse me, all work emails. I don't know what the hell that's about. But, he's doing good, and he's really done a lot of improvements, in his life as well. And it's inspirational. And it's cool. And my dad doesn't live here, and I'm gonna try to get him to Ohio, get him close to us, because you actually want to spend time with people that you love, and it's family. And I don't have. Let me correct that. I have a big family, but I have zero connection to just about any of them. To be perfectly honest, we're just very different people, and I'm okay with that. I'm not talking bad. I'm just saying I'm quite all right with that. But it's awesome to have my dad back. My wife loves my father. We love our father. We love dad. But it's cool to have that. So it's like these little good things that come out of the bad, I guess, is what I'm trying to kind of like highlight here, right? And even in my current state, like what I've gone through, I feel inside like I'm like, again, I've said this before in the air. And again, this is my online therapy. I've said it before. I feel like a caged animal sometimes. Like I want to come out, and I want to like do all the things I've always wanted to do, but it's like, you don't have the money, you don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this. You know what? Eventually you run out of excuses. You run out of reasons why you can't, and you have to look inside and say, what are you doing to stop yourself from saying, yes, I can? And it's something so stupid. I'm not trying to give some motivational speak here or anything else. I swear I'm going to get back to my point. And you just have to keep going forward. And it's like, I'm tired of giving deadlines and days and saying it. And sometimes I say things just for my own self to remind myself, like, hey, I feel better when I fast. I feel better when I work out. And I haven't worked out in years because of, other reasons. Like, it gets in your head. My point is, when you let poisonous garbage and trash infiltrate, even though you don't think that it is, when you let it infiltrate your mind and you actually believe, even for a half a second, that even just a little iota of it, well, I can do this, but there are no buts. All there are is ways to get past whatever stands in front of you. And sometimes we have to do that. And I say all this to bring it back to my original point of, I hate talking about politics. I loved politics. I love being in the fight because it's a fight that I believe in and it's personal to me. And in my eyes, in my view, somewhere deep inside, I feel like I'm trying to still do service to my country, if that makes any sense. But then you realize, and it's very true. A very smart woman said to me, wink, wink, you can't save the world. You're not God. You're not Jesus. And you're 100% right. 100% right. And she's spot on. And I realize I'm not trying to save anybody. I'm trying to get the attention any way I possibly can to kind of shoot up the flare, if you will, put out a warning sign. These are the things that are happening. This is where it's going, and when I play these, in like 2 or 3 weeks, when I do the 20-year celebration thing, and I play these clips, I found a couple of them last night, actually. And it's kind of freaky to hear yourself. I don't like hearing myself anyway. And thanks, Josh, for the shout out about the voiceover stuff. Hollis is better than me. I'm not exactly a voiceover person. For me, it's like we had things written out. Hollis, we get it on the computer screen. I got to read it, and that's weird. I'll never be good at reading notes or anything or scripts or anything like that. And that's not my strong suit. But regardless, it's like you hear these old shows and you hear things you said all these years ago. And you're like, wow, it kind of blows your mind. And it blows. It is Destructor. What's up, brother? I know, 20 years, man. July 3rd is 20 freaking years I've been doing this and ostracized and hated and everything else. But it's like, and since Destructor is in the chat room now, and you should follow him wherever the hell he may be. Really good dude. He's probably my favorite Canadian. But like, I used to do shows with for those who remember NC and JC, Technical Workery Productions, and we do the shows talking about wrestling. Again, wrestling. You're like, oh, why do you watch that crap? That's fake. Whatever. Because it was talking about something other than politics. And the Ocean to Ocean show we're going to finally get around to launching. The Ministry of Misfits thing. That's something that's going to really blow your mind, and people don't know about me, don't know any sides of me, don't know anything really deeply about what I do, what I'm involved in, what I care about. There's a lot of things I do care about and I want to talk about. And why not? Everybody else is doing it, but I want to do it because I want to do it. I think, you are the rare good Canadian, I must say. But having lived close to Canada, all the people I met on the other side of the border, they were all immigrants, oddly enough. They all wanted to be Americans. They all love Trump. So kudos to them. So there's a few good Canadians, but you're my favorite Destructor. Sorry, not Destructor. We're gonna get you back on the show one day, man. It's been a long time. But it's okay to talk about other things. It's okay to talk about things that are passionate to you. Like, talk about things that are motivational. Talk about things that are uplifting. Talk about things that matter. And even if it's not some self-discovery, self-help crap, it's not about that either. But I'm using myself as a freaking guinea pig, because let's face it, I've been on the air now for 20 freaking years. I've been putting myself out there, in all my glory for all these years, sharing deeply personal things, because I'm just a deeply honest and deep person, I guess you could say, which makes me socially awkward, which makes me not the life of the party. But I'm honest. So when I do these political shows, I guess the reason why I'm doing it is because, again, I feel like it's my way of still doing some type of service. But I also do realize that I don't feel good when I go on these tirades and talk about all this other stuff, but I am giving an emotional response. What you're seeing is authentic me. It's real me. It's another side of me. Pieces of me. Anyway, I don't know why the hell I just did that. But it's real. It's raw. But you ever reach that point where you're just over something? I'm not over POLITI-SHOCK and anything else, but as you know, if you've been listening to me for a long time, I will do shows where I'll talk about the smallest segment of the show is actually about politics, and the rest of it's about everything else. And I like that. And I want to go down that journey and talk about multiple different things and get into everything, because but is the political stuff important? Yes. Am I going to continue to provide a stage for MAGA Alliance for Trump? Absolutely, because I love them and what they're doing is important. Am I going to continue to speak up on things and put my feelings out there? Yes, because you have so many other people that have an agenda and have, ulterior motives behind what they're doing and what they're saying and what they're putting out there and how they're trying to rob you. And yes, I guess even though I don't necessarily like people, I still have a tendency, whether it be police, whether it be military, put yourself on the line, country first, service, God, but put yourself on the line to help others. And I think you should try to help people where you can. The work that Hollis does, with her, people don't realize her being a health coach and the things that she has done and can do and will do and is doing for artists and everything else. It's a beautiful thing. And I'm so proud of her because she's really finding herself, I think, more than ever before, a different version. And I guess with me, it's the same difference. Like, I'm a different person now. Like, even though I may come across as like, he seems angry today, he's fired up today, I'm just me. I'm just me, and that's okay. There you go. I'm being a leftist right now. It's okay to be you. But it's true. It's true. So it's interesting because I started the show saying that I hate talking about politics. I hate talking about any of this crap. I didn't miss it. I didn't do it. There's a part of you that misses doing the show because you like doing the show because it's something that I'm not going to say birth. That'd be really weird. Although men could have children too. I'm kidding. But it's one of those deals where it's like you're doing it because I do love this show. I love that it was kind of the middle finger to everybody who said that you can't. Everybody who tried to shut it down and take it away and stop what you're doing and being involved in this and that, whatever it may be. So there's a sense of rebellion. And there's honesty. The rebellion was being honest and not being a scripted puppet, not being something other than who I am. And I've never been that way. Sometimes I feel like I'm playing the role of myself. Like, and what I mean is when I say that I feel like I'm playing a role, I'm not being fake or putting on a facade. Now, when I'm out in the public and I got to deal with people, I'm putting on a facade. Yes, I'm acting like I'm really Hollis will tell you, I'm actually more a people person than her, which is true and not true because she deeply cares for people and wants to help people in every way. But she's a little bit less social than I am, and the poor girl's been victim to it. We've been walking down the street downtown Cleveland in the middle of the night. Somebody comes by, I'm like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, I'll say hi to anybody. I'll talk to anybody. It's what I am. I got that from my father, I think. So thanks, Dad. But it's what I am. But at the same time, I'm kind of putting on a front too, because I'm trying to this is what it is to be social. And is this what it is to be normal, if you will? I don't know. So at times on this show, I feel like I don't feel obligated because I'm obligated to no one. I'm beholden to nobody. I'm doing this show because I choose to do it because it's mine. It's my love child, if you will. But I feel like if I'm doing a rant, when you hear me go off on things, that's me. That's another part of me. It's me just being raw and real and giving you an honest to God, normal person reaction and letting it out, which in and of itself is kind of therapeutic. But sometimes I find myself like we were going to do, the real news with, a real time real time. And Hollis created a cool intro and I love everything about it. I was excited about it. And then I noticed something. I'm like, so I need to do another show, like a nightly show. And, and even the opening, like rants occur in real time, like rants. And then you think like, is that all I'm known for? Is that all that I am? And it's okay if some people feel that. And I know people do enjoy when I go off on things. I enjoy sometimes when I go off on things. I don't even know what I'm saying when I say it because it's just, again, it's an emotional response. It's a true raw, emoting. But the reason why I didn't do that show is because it was almost offensive to myself. I don't want to be known for that because, yeah, I like talking about nostalgia stuff, throwback stuff I was talking about with Josh tonight. I like talking about faith and spirituality. I like talking about things that require depth and thinking and, going places other people won't go, but talking about things that are still relevant and important to me. You know what I mean? I don't have to be this ranting person all the time because am I angry? I always say I'm angry. I'm pissed off. I'm angry at the bad people who knowingly do bad things to people. So even though I may not like people, I still can't help but to be bothered by evil people doing evil things to people. I can't save the world. I can't help people. But if I could wake one person up, or even just for a second, or make them think just for a second, and they help themselves in their own way, I'm not a catalyst for anything. That means something to me. The bad people that I was able to take down in the past, that means something to me. So it's a personal offense to me that I don't like bad people doing bad things. And I feel obligated to kind of like, combat that. But at the same time, I'm not an angry person. That's the pisser, and I think like people like Aaron and Amy who know me, they know I'm not this screaming, ranting person when you meet me in real life. If anything, I'm quiet, a little subdued, but if I'm in a room and you're there, I'm going to engage, I'm going to socialize, I'm going to act like I'm your best friend in the whole world, because I just want to get through the moment and try to pretend to be normal, or society's version of what normal is. But, Aaron or Amy could tell you, like, no, they got to see the real me. And it's like, no, I'm an awkward person because I don't fake it 24/7. I just embrace like, hey, there's things I could change, right? And there's things I'm going to change. No more of this. I'm going to start whatever. I have a plan in my mind of when I'm going to start doing like the next phase. And again, it's about like taking care of yourself health-wise. And yes, certain things prevent you from doing certain things, and there's not even prevent. You have roadblocks in front of you, and you got to overcome them, right? So you got to find a way, and you got to kind of re-inspire and remotivate yourself to do the things that you've done before, but find a way to improve upon it, find a way to do better. And I think that applies to anything and everything. So even like tonight's show, I was talking about, and I'm going to tell you what I did. You heard me curse and say these things and everything else, and I did it because, again, it's how I feel. Granted, it's how I feel. But I did it kind of intentionally because, one, I haven't done it in a very long time. I've been relatively subdued, which that offends some people too, and I'm not cursing, ranting, and screaming. Well, so sorry. If I have a reason to curse, rant, and scream, I will. If I have a reason to scream and not curse, I will. If I have a reason that I just want to bare my soul and share with you and talk to you like this and not use any profane language whatsoever, I'm going to, because it's who I am. It's one of the many, again, pieces or sides of who I am. But tonight I did it almost intentional. I asked Hollis during the break, before Maga Lyons came on, how she thought it was. And she, she's always supportive, but she doesn't like when I do all the cursing and everything else as well. And she thought she upset me. She didn't upset me at all. If anything, I had a moment where it probably looked like I was upset or hurt. I wasn't at all. It hit me deep because it meant something. Like it's like validation almost that good, and I value her feedback and her opinion more than anything, or my dad's. But it's funny because I chose to do it because I was talking about nostalgia. I was talking about the 20 years of doing what I do and the things I've called out and the things I predicted that unfortunately came true because I'm the guy who wants to be wrong. I'm talking about how I'm going to play old clips when I do the week-long celebration. And I did what I did. And I could have spoken about the things that I went off on in a completely different way. But I opted to give you the raw, the real, the emotional, and let you have it. And curse and, do whatever it is that I do. But at the same time, I was very well aware that I was doing it, and I did it because it fit the narrative of what I was talking about prior. So that's not me being fake. And if I'm being fake, I'm very bad at it because I probably shouldn't have just told you that I did it intentionally. The reaction was real. The words were real. It's how I feel. But did I need to do that like that in that cadence? Absolutely not. So my point for all this, I've already gone over, okay? The beautiful thing is I'm allowed to go over because, hey, it's our network, this is my home. But the things you learn, it's like, don't hold back who you are and don't let anything stop you, including yourself, from achieving the things that you wish to achieve. All right? And be honest. Like I'm sitting here on POLITI-SHOCK. I mean, it's in the name, and I still think the name is cool. Whether people think it's old, tired, whatever, it's still a pretty cool name. And a lot of people are like, I like that name. I love that name. I'm like, all right, I'm going to own that shit. You're not allowed to steal that from me. But I don't like politics. I don't like talking about politics. Do I like talking about the Q's drops and the revelations that are coming and disclosure and the white papers and the classified things? Absolutely, I do. Because it's showing that there's relevance behind the things that I've known about, the things that I've spoken about. And back when I would speak about it, it's like, you really can't say that. But I did anyway. And now it's like these things are becoming almost mainstream. I'm happy to see it. Because in the end, I want what's best for people. Whether you hate me, love me, or anything else is irrelevant to me. I'm not here to be loved. I'm not here to be hated. I'm here to offer a counter narrative, a different perspective like everybody else does. But I'm not a fake. I'm not doing it on their platforms. I'm doing it on our own platform. Okay? So that's who I am. It's what I do. But I want to show the world that it's okay to be real. It's okay to not be a fake or tell people what you're doing while you're doing it. Counter measuring what the globalists and the evil parties do when they show you what they're doing while they're doing it to you. They're telling you what they're doing while they do it to you because it's their code. It's like, it's how they operate. I'm telling you what I'm doing as I'm doing it. I went into my rant tonight. This is how I feel. But I did it solely for the purpose of that's a congruent clip that I could go and make it relevant to what I was talking about the past shows and past clips that I'm going to be playing. See? So I don't know the radio game. I don't have a degree. Hollis has a degree in journalism, radio and journalism and broadcasting, which is actually pretty cool. I don't. I know nothing at all about this, you know? I know absolutely nothing about this world, but I've been doing it for 20 years. I don't say I'm better than anybody. I don't say I'm worse than anybody. I'm probably worse than a lot of people. All I know is I'm just doing me. And all you're going to see and all you've ever seen is just me being me. And I guess to close it out finally, the point is it's okay to be, if you're comfortable with yourself, if you know in your heart that I do have a good heart and I do care and I am mission aligned, if you will, on trying to do the right thing and, you know, while showing that faith and having that belief in God above, that he put this in my heart, he put this in my soul for a reason. So I'm going to do it. And I don't sit here and blame myself. And I don't sit here and live and relish in the past any longer. Did I at one point? Sure. Even when I said I don't do that, I was still doing it. We all do it. We all succumb to something that was, and we blame that for the reason why we are. In reality, we are because we choose to be that. We're choosing to do that. That is a choice we make, whether conscious or subconsciously. We choose to let that be our cage, if you will, our prison cell, if you will. It's okay to let that go. And it's also okay to just be who you are and stay focused. And regardless if the world accepts you or not, it doesn't matter. Do you accept you? Are you okay with who you are at the core? If you are, God bless. Then you're on to something. Doesn't mean it gets any easier. If anything is harder, then like, then it's really something wrong with me. There's something like I'm overly self-aware. So what's wrong with me? You know what? There's nothing wrong with you. What's wrong is others aren't more aligned with you and able to find or know who they are or what drives them. And I hope in this world that people do kind of live their purpose, live their mission, you know, and understand that something like the Bible is a guidebook. All right. You know, truly the word of God, I think it's spoken to you. It comes from within because we are God. You know, God is within. You know, the things that you hold sacred, the things that you love, the things that drive you. Stop limiting yourself because the world says you can't. And the world says it, so then you embrace it, and then you believe you can't, or you're not deserving, or you're not worthy, or you can't do this because of, you can't do this because of this problem, or because of this thing that happened to me. No, these are man-made 3D world things. Listen to God. Listen to the word of God. And the word of God comes from inside of you. You tap into that frequency. I have no idea if it makes you a better person, but I'd like to think so. I'd like to think when you break the norms of what society says, you know, or deems, you know, is abnormal, you break the normalcy of breaking the abnormality. Go figure. Does that even make sense? I have no earthly clue. But when you stop restricting yourself, when you stop wearing the confines of what society thinks, and you stop caring about what society thinks, period, and you listen to what's inside. And maybe, especially with me, I'm driven by all these different things, but I'm not showing it the way I want to show it. I don't know how, right? But also because I'm driven by so many things, I'm thinking like, well, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. How do I, you speed things up and you clutter it. You distract yourself. You become your own distraction. You become your own wall, your own blockage. And it comes to the point where you have to stop that. You have to silence everything and listen to what's inside. Listen. Oh God, I want to sing. Listen to your heart. All right, that was really bad. But you want to listen to your heart, though. You want to listen to God talking to you from the inside. Your mind, your soul, your heart. Align that. If you're able to do that, everything else is possible. Everything else is possible. I'm saying it. I need to just start doing and stop saying. But finally, I'm going to start actually lifting weights again. And I'm telling you. So if in 2, 3, 4 weeks from now, I look exactly the same or fatter, condemn me and chastise me. Destructor, if you're still in the chat, are you still there? I think you're there. Keep preaching, bro. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Being fake is easier than being real. Exactly. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So, Destructor, you hold me accountable. James Tim, hold me accountable. Aaron, hold me accountable. If I still look the same, or fatter or anything else, tell me. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, live what you say. But sometimes don't say, just do. So I'm gearing up, and in a couple of days, I'm gonna really be hyped up to that next level. But also, don't let it drag on. Do it on your timetable. Do it because you want to do it, but do it because, and I said this to Hollis last night, and it's true. Is she the best thing that's ever happened to me? Hands down. Is she the light in my life? Is she like my North Star? Absolutely. And as I've said ad nauseum, did the world stop spinning when I met her? Absolutely. But do I live for her? Absolutely not. But I want to live for her. And I want to live in a life where I can embrace everything. You have to live for yourself. You have to be willing and wanting to fight for yourself and believe in yourself enough, which I do, because I've overcome a lot. Not because, I'm so wonderful. No, I'm a regular person. And I've had to overcome a lot of different adversities like you have. Everybody has something, right? But I don't live for her. I don't live for anybody else but myself first, because you have to put yourself first. Hollis reaching to points where she's reached now. She has an album done. She's releasing singles, a record company, a radio show, her recreation movement. She's a published author now. She's doing her thing. And she's aligning with, she's not going backwards. These are things that she's wanted to do and she has done, but she's gotten to another level because she's found a way to ascend, but get back to her and really get to know herself. And like I said, don't even let me stand in your way. And those are true words. And she said she won't. And that's good. You want to hear that, especially for somebody that you love. But also, you have to hear those words as well. You have to speak it, hear it, and then live it. Let nothing stand in your way. Because if you're not living for yourself, if you're not going to fight for yourself, if you're not going to believe in yourself, then maybe you're not worthy of others believing or loving or accepting or embracing you. Maybe you are the problem. Not in a bad way, but in a way that's just being counterproductive to making life better. And when I say that, I don't live for Hollis, but I want to live for her. And I want to live for me. And I want to embrace a life, because let's face it, I met her, 3.5 years ago, 3 years, something like that. From this point, probably like 3 years. I'm not great at the dates right now, but I'm already, I turned 40. Because mom was on life support, and Hollis told me to come over, and she did a little acai bowl thing. We were just friends then. I had just met her like maybe a month before that, and she didn't want me to be alone on my 40th birthday. and we were not dating. We were nothing. I never assumed that she would ever date me. I never assumed that she would ever anything, nor did I want to pursue that because I didn't want to lose her friendship. But I value that and I'm blessed to that. But that happened again when I was like 40 years old. So as far as I'm concerned, I want to make up for lost time. Well, you make up for lost time by getting over the past times, getting over that and aligning yourself with who you are, which I've already known who I am. I'm the same person at the core, same person I've always been, and I'm good with that. But I know that I can make myself better. I can make myself stronger. But I also want to embrace living, and I want to embrace enjoying things that I never really I got the chance to enjoy before, or things that I did alone that now, hey, I can actually enjoy them with somebody, or even the quiet times to sit and have conversations with somebody that I could talk to her about music. We could laugh. We could make fun of things. We could talk about God. We could talk about the globalists. We could talk about anything. That's rare. So live for yourself, but also want to live life with those who are precious and meaningful to you. So I say all this, I'm Preacher Dan right now, because we're not defined or confined by the rule book of man, the rule books of society. We are defined by knowing who we are at our core and living it out. Fighting like hell to achieve your mission. Understanding your mission, The Destructor said, if you don't love yourself, you won't love anyone else. Amen. And it's okay to say that. You need to learn to love yourself. You do. But you need to be, cognizant of the fact that the first person you need to know and the first person you need to embrace, you are never alone, because Jesus said it. God is within, all around, most importantly, within. Embrace that. So I say this, I swear I'm done. I dislike politics. I support and love our president. I believe in him and I will fight for him. But in the end, like I said, I don't like bad people doing bad things to innocent people. And that's what it comes down to. But I look forward to doing more content, more shows, talking about things that I enjoy talking about. And I hope you'll enjoy them too. But even if you don't, I'm still the same stubborn SOB that I always am. I really won't care. Because you choose to tune in, so that's on you. But talking politics disgusts me. And being enraged about things disgusts me. Politics is just WWE, but real life. Yes, Destructor nailed it. It's true. So I feel so much better. Even when I did my rant tonight, when I was being honest, but knew that I was actually doing it to kind of parlay that into what I was talking about earlier. It didn't feel good. It feels good to express yourself, of course. I can express myself like I've been doing this. I said I'd be done in 15 minutes. I'm now at 45 minutes. That's my problem. I talk too much, right? So that's why I really got to stop. But I can express myself just like this, have a conversation with you and not need to use profanity and not need to scream and not need to be loud, whatever. But it's also parts of you. So it's okay to accept that. It's okay to acknowledge that. It's okay to be you. But I'm going to take this show and I'm still going to talk about the relevancy of things. I'm still going to talk about the globalists inevitably. I'm going to talk about what they're doing. These things are a guarantee. But if you see me do it in a different way, it's because I've evolved from who I was yesterday. And I've evolved from who I was 20 years ago. But at the same time, I've never changed. I'm never going to change. But I'm going to make myself better and stronger and seek wisdom and embrace living and embrace life and embrace love and always embrace God. That's it. And I am a professional yapper, Destructor. I really am. And it's what I do. But I mean, hey, I've gone on with no co-host for a very long time, so you got to be able to talk. But luckily, I don't know how to shut up sometimes. So with that, I hope you understood that monologue. That probably went on way too long, but hey, it was put on my heart. So therefore, I had to express it and be a little candid and open with all of you. So there you have it. The moral of the story is, don't do things because you feel forced to. Don't be a certain way because you feel like you have to. Don't talk about things if you don't desire it, if it doesn't strike something inside of you. Don't be fake. Don't put on a show. Don't be a parody of yourself either. Embrace what moves you. Embrace what speaks to yourself, what speaks to your spark, your life, speaks to you following the mission that God put you on. That's it. So there you go. I hope that made sense. Y'all might make fun of me. Did I just say y'all? Oh my God. West Virginians got me years later. Y'all might make fun of me for this whole 45-minute closing, and I wouldn't blame you. But I felt like I'm gonna just speak what's in my heart, and I did. So there you go. But with that, everybody, it's time now. It's time to close it. I didn't want to do 4 hours, but I did it anyway. So, Florida man Dan here. Florida man. I'm living in Ohio, bro. But Charlene, thank you. I appreciate your words and love you. And go vote. Yes, viewers, go vote. She's reminding you. Yeah, I put it on the screen because Charlene's awesome and everybody loves Charlene. So thank you and God bless you and thank you for what you do. And appreciate you always. And not destructor. Good to see you, brother. And I love you, man. And seriously, we got to reconnect and you got to come on. You just come on and talk. It'll be fun. You know, that's like a throwback. You should come on during the 20-year celebration week. You know, you came on the show a decent amount of times, my friend. So, you know, it'll be different all these years later. So it'll be a good time. But everybody, with that, seriously, though, time to shut up for real and do my thing and leave you all behind. But thank you for tuning in. I hope, I guess I hope you enjoyed it. If not, that's fine too. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. But I'm hoping you at least took something out of it. If not anything else other than being entertained, if you will. So thank you. I will see you. Make sure you guys NX Canada. We're trying. I will see you Sunday night at 9 p.m. Make sure to tune in tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern time. My beautiful best friend, Hollis Mahady, Holistics Live. She'll be doing her thing. My wife, my one and only, HollisMahady.com. Link is in the description. A shout out and thank you to MAGA Alliance for Trump. Links in description to find them on Getter. Find the list, find the information, get it out there. Josh Bernstein, co-host for The Rage of Aquarius and also POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage. Links in the chat, in the description. No, almost said the chat room. Oh my God, it's time to go. But thank you all and have an amazing night, afternoon, day, whatever it may be. And I will see you Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll be here tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. And of course, next Thursday, POLITI-SHOCK will be here live, 9 p.m., doing our thing. VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com. Again, search VOPUSA, Android and Apple. Download the free apps or search it on Roku, Fire, Android or Apple TVs, and you can find us there as well. The website always, VOPUSARadio.com. On X, if you so desire, at VOPUSA Radio. And the other one's at Dan Sperglio. I mean, the name is right there. Good luck. I'm hard to find on X. You know, they still throttle me. So it is what it is. But good night. God bless. Stay safe. And I'll see you all soon.
Ocean to Ocean is your late night portal into the unknown. Hosted by Hollis and Dan Smeriglio as a tribute to the legendary spirit of late night radio, where curiosity leads and nothing is ever off the table. From sea to shining sea, we explore late night mysteries that leave you questioning everything. Bigfoot lurking in the shadows, secrets hidden beneath Antarctica's ice, UFOs, government cover-ups, and truths long buried, psychics, angel readings, and messages from beyond.
But this isn't just a throwback, it's our twist. Real talk, raw curiosity, a little humor, and a fearless dive into the topics most people won't touch. Some nights will make you think, some nights might give you chills, and some might just change the way you see the world. So tune in, stay curious, and keep your mind open, because from ocean to ocean, the conversation never sleeps. Found exclusively on the Voice of the People U.S.A. Radio and Television Network.